This is what I wanted to start with, okay? Because I had to, when my bike broke down, I had to call a tow truck. And while I'm waiting for the tow truck, it took like hours to get there, despite being like in town. And
Hmm.
this is why I titled the stream "Homeless Dating Success Confirmed" because, and this is all, yeah. And there's toilet paper tendons, the first response in chat. We were just talking about that guy. I knew he'd appear again. Um, I had to wait for the tow truck to show up, and while I'm waiting there behind this gas station, we've got this shit like written on this obvious like, don't hit me style like post, and it says "Where are you, Holly? I miss you, beautiful. Please come find me Tuesday or Wednesday or even any other spots we sat together at, please." XOXO hearts, okay? Like, homeless people that leave graffiti at gas stations have more of an active love life than I've ever had. And what killed me about this too is when I like saved this image off my phone so I could pull it up on here and look at it. The devil's in the details, right? And look at what is carved into the concrete down here below it. I'm pretty sure that's a WD visible. That shit was just blowing my mind, though. People think that homeless people don't get laid. I see more homeless people with girls than I do pretty much anywhere else. So, I don't know what you guys think about that. I wanted to get that out of the way as the opening thing because this was
Yeah,
blowing my
I
mind.
also think the WD is like pretty sus. Like you're telling me someone just fucking took their time out to carve WD inside of the fucking
Well,
concrete.
and it's not even carved. It looks like that was put there when the concrete was wet. There is other letters too, but I did when I was taking the picture initially, I was just fixated on that in the center of the frame. I didn't even realize the shit carved in the concrete. Like I don't. This is what I mean with the kind of it's Matrix tier with the ability to manipulate reality because there's so many things like going on with this. My bike breaks down. I think that it's out of gas. I push the bike to the gas station. This is the nearest gas station. I'm waiting for the tow truck. The tow truck takes too long, so I start looking around like bored for a way to entertain myself. I find this. I take the picture. I go home to share it with people, and then I see in the background like a little fucking Easter egg hiding from me. No, WD. There was a really good post. Eminent might have shared it with me on Twitter. Um, this guy in chat says it's unfair and cosmic injustice how we don't get to experience romantic love. Uh, what was the post? The guy was talking about how if you miss out on it, you're like a subhuman. You know which one I'm talking about? Yeah, here it is.
Yeah.
Says, I feel like teen love is an essential sign to be a whole human, which explains female ick towards adult virgin males. Whether you stay together or not, people who have not experienced teen love are always going to be half human, neurotic, unsocial freaks, both males and females. That's what I feel like.
Yeah, and the funny thing is people will tell you, "Oh, bro, it doesn't matter much. My teen love experience was terrible." And the thing that's crazy is if you said that this about anything else, "Oh, bro, I've never been socialized." When I was a child, people would be like, "Oh my God, no wonder you're so weird. We need to get you like you need to be socialized. Like it's unacceptable that you're not. It's child abuse, right?" But it's like, "Oh, no one ever showed me affection. No one ever showed any sexual interest. I never got the experience when I was a teen. When everyone else was, I'm underdeveloped. I didn't get that experience. My brain didn't experience it." People are like, bro, it doesn't matter, bro. What are you talking about, bro?
even and even if it's not like a relationship thing that they're expected to take seriously when it's not sexual. If you say like, I've never ridden a bicycle, or I've never been in a car, or I've never been in an airplane, or like anything like that, they'll turn around and go, "Oh, you got to try." You got to do this. It's so much fun, like skiing or something. Oh, you got to do it.
Some of that is like that assessment. It's just like post hoc done by females to like basically state that you're in this situation just because of whatever your lack of uh tangible traits, whether if that be your aesthetics. The thing is, if in situations where there are like a lot of Zoomers, I mean, when you come across them, I remember First Eventomatics said this, like it's like the evolution of speech. When people say, the way that these Zoomers talk with their like cadence of pace, their lingo, it's completely distinct to what you would hear like 10 years ago. And a lot of these Zoomers, I mean, when he came across like these groupings, it's like you hear them speak in this like parakeet speech. There is like some credence to like what they say, or these normies say about like post COVID like interaction or like whatever it is. There is some kind of hampering that you see with like some normies, and like at the end of the day, it's like all that is kind of written off if you have like the aesthetic qualities. Like, because here's the thing: if a guy's like some emo like fucking goth kid who's like he has the RGB lights, he's in his setup or whatever, he's gaming. Like, does it fucking matter if he can't really like make a conversation or whatever? If the girl's interested, she'll go the extra length and cover you on that behalf. So it's like,
I
what's the
mean,
fucking
the
point?
skid mark maxing saga proves that. Like, if a woman's into you, it doesn't matter. You can poop on the bed sheets, and like that was held up as like, oh, I can't believe Amber Heard did that to Johnny Depp. I can't believe she pooped in his bed. That's so nasty. Meanwhile, it's like at least that kind of makes sense. Like, you put up with a hot chick who like pooped in your bed once to like she's mad at you or whatever. Normal women, everyday Redditor women, are complaining like nonstop about how their partners just skid mark everywhere.
Didn't he skid mark on the couch?
The
He
couch,
left
the
like
bed sheets, the toilet bowl, their laundry, it's everywhere. I found another gold mine of a channel, and it was a short that came across my like feed, right? And it's tattoo artists being asked to tell the person interviewing them what tattoos they regret doing for clients.
What is a tattoo that
I'll
you
play that
regret
here.
doing?
I had a
Is there a way
request
to
for a
dual stream
girl.
it in VC or no?
Uh, yeah, I think so. Hang on. Let me share my screen here. You should be good to see it now.
Yep.
Okay.
What is a tattoo that you regret doing?
I had a request for a girl to do a barcode tattoo.
What is a tattoo that you regret doing?
I had a request for a girl to do a barcode tattoo on the back of her neck as her first tattoo. Her boyfriend was there. I asked, "What is this?"
Jews crying about having a fucking, like a number tattooed on them. Women are getting recreational Auschwitz tattoos. They love it. I
well,
mean, this is also like women are commodities at this point. Okay, like when I say Zog owns every woman, they own every woman, every girl, 99% of men, and they just pilot them around with electrical impulses.
does
Tattoo.
anyone remember a couple years ago when there was like a trend among Zoomers to get like the Z Nazi tattoo, but they didn't know it was a Nazi symbol. They just got like the fucking Z.
Oh, like the SS Lightning Bolt.
Yeah, something like that, but it was a single one. I think it was like some kind of like Panzer division or something.
Uh, I mean, hey, there's worse tattoos to get tricked into than that. But this was blowing my mind though, and this is, the barcode tattoo. The comments are full of like guys going, "Man, I can't believe that. He's treating her like property. Like, how can you do that to a girl? I'd never do that to my queen." And then the women are like defending her, saying like, "Guys, you need to relax. It's not that serious. He's not beating her. She's probably getting a barcode tattoo because they're in a BDSM relationship."
Just disgusting all around.
about, and she said it's kind of like a master and slave sort of symbol. It turns out that that was probably an abusive situation, and it makes
The boomer tattoo artist thinks that it's abusive too, but all the women in the comments are like defending her, saying that like no, it's not abusive, like because somebody dare criticize a tattoo that women get.
I'm
really
sorry, but
regret
you
that.
just know this guy is like a wife guy, like woman defender, like 24/7 white knight.
Yeah,
He's on
They
Reddit.
call
He's
them
on
girl
2X
dads.
chromosomes.
girl
They call
dads.
them.
Yeah, yeah.
It's kind of interesting how he mentions like the master slave dynamic, but it's always like lopsided on the female's end because you hear a lot of these times the number one type of worst tattoos to get is anything with like your spouse's name on it because literally most if not all of the times if a guy's like willing to get like his like girl's tattoo like her name on his arm or whatever his back, it means that like he's an ultra simp, and that's gonna result in like yeah most of the time that relationship breaking off, and then and the guy is just left with that. It's just as a cuck. So like that's the thing.
Yeah, there's some of that get mentioned here. I linked the Discord to Dismal if he wants to hop on here too. You can get on, I'll pull him in. But I'll play some more of this because it's fucking.
Did that. I'm not trying to participate in anything like that. If you see something, say something.
Memphis, what is a tattoo that you regret doing?
Couple, swear they're soulmates, came in, they wanted matching tattoos, the whole 9 yards, each other's names, the date that they met, a slice of pizza for their first date. Literally.
Okay, and okay, the Pizzagate thing again. Okay, like the the Pizzagate. He mentions a slice of pizza for their first date, and if you look at the framing of the picture, right, there's a little girl and a goat behind him while he's talking about these people getting a slice of pizza for their first date, and
Looks like a black goat
he's wearing
too.
a fucking wizard hat. Yeah, it does look like a black goat.
The guy like with his facial hair, he kind of looks like a FTM invert, man. He really does. Like it, like I
He
don't know.
does, yeah. It's I don't know.
Yeah.
There's just and then if you look at the previous thing, this guy's standing in front of like tattoos are like clearly fucking clearly demonic, you know. The, where was it in the pain? Okay, yeah. What do we got here? We got some like obvious like devil character riding like a little sheep or something, and then over on the other side we got Jesus. But like people that pretend tattoos aren't demonic, like I'm sorry. You know, it very clearly is. You know, if you're
Especially when there's that type of paraphernalia on the wall.
yeah, like if you're a guy, you're getting tattoos, whatever. If you're a woman and you're getting tattoos, you're so cooked. Like you're beyond reproach.
7 days later, the guy comes back in to get it covered up. She cheated on him. The kicker is she cheated on him with his cousin, and his cousin also got matching tattoos with her at a different shop. So do your research on your girls, guys.
Ali, what is
How much do
D-
you want to bet she was cheating on him beforehand and did that just to spite him?
Oh, for sure. Definitely. Like if she's cheating with his cousin, like that's just the one you found out about because he's in your family, so it made its way back to you. Oh, this is a fucking funny one for a whole bunch of different reasons. Like you know, do your research on the girls, and it's like, I guarantee this guy probably doesn't have a favorable opinion of the girls that he works with. You know what I mean? Like he has to be professional because it's, you know, his job or whatever. But like, do you think this chick has never got a tattoo that she regrets? I don't know a single person that gets one of these blackout tattoos where they turn a whole section of their body just fucking tattoo ink color, unless they're specifically trying to cover something up.
That shit gives you cancer too, by the way.
Yeah.
what is a tattoo that you regret doing?
Tattooing anybody under the age of 18.
So she's been tattooing people under the age of 18 but regrets it. You know, this is the other thing too. Like, you know, I had my issues with the law and whatnot. Like, it kills me because corporations can proposition girls of any age. Like, hey, do you want to model bathing suits for me? Do you want to model my product? Or whatever. people can try and get them to be actors on shows. The government can go to their school when their parents aren't around, try to get them to sign up for the army or whatever. If they get their parents' permission, they can go get like tattoos done. Like if a parent signs the permission slip, like some teenage girl can get like a fucking the state of Israel like tattooed on her forehead, and it's okay, like nobody is allowed to question it because she had parental consent, and like these people would be able to do it. It blows my mind.
When I was under the age of 18 and I wanted all these silly little tattoos, I think now that I
When she was under the age of 18 and she wanted all these silly little tattoos, look at her now. Does she think she's mature now with her tattoos? Like, are none of these tattoos silly? Like the trashiest thing, man. You get these letters across the knuckles, man. I don't know.
She's voicing that she's for girls under 18, or she thinks she should be limited.
She regrets doing it. She regrets. I mean, she says she doesn't specify the gender that she was tattooing underage, but I don't know very many guys that are getting tattoos underage. For the most part, it's girls, I'm sure, because girls are the ones that get into the body modification at younger ages, right?
Yeah, they start with the piercings, like the
Yeah.
belly piercing, the septum.
Yep. And then after that, and the thing is that like all that it takes is, you had that let me see if I can pull it up here. You had that thing that you linked talking about how do you mind if I pull up your Discord post here that you linked? The one where you're talking about how oh, it's a different one. The one where fathers are just a proxy for their controlled opposition for the wives. I can't find that one, but yeah, the idea is that like fathers are just controlled opposition for wives, where like they pretend to be going against what the wife wants, but they 99% of the time are like limp dick and impotent to do anything about it.
There's an image I sent you in the DM with like a thing like this is like a caption with the picture like in place.
Yeah. I'm bad at scrolling through this shit. I'm Thomas Boomer tier.
No, it's
better.
literally like above. It's literally above, like right there in the DM. When I say I want a VC, see that? Wait. I'll just end it in here.
Yeah, if you want to resend it, sure. Because it's a good image. Like, that's a very accurate statement that the fathers are just controlled opposition. Like, that's what my father was.
Yeah. On this girl specifically, I think if you notice the type of tattoos, there isn't like a differentiation of like what tattoos she got. She just got like flowers like on her arm and on the other arm. And I think when she realized they're just cliche and like just stupid, she just like blotted out the rest of her fucking arm in a fit of rage. She just thought that, you might as well just go all out. And now she's obviously regretting it. Because that's what happens. There was this one girl, she got like how these weird two tattoos for the first time, and then I think after that she complained the first couple of times, and then she just went all out, just ruined herself. But yeah, you can jump to that image right there.
Yeah. So this is a great post, because this is like, I think a lot of us that come from these fucking, yeah, she is wearing the problem glasses. You're correct. Dads basically amount to controlled opposition for mom, and that was my experience. It seems to be your experience too. I'm not sure. From what I remember of Chudin's situation, he his dad is more of taking the avoidant route with the wife rather than he's avoiding being her controlled opposition. But I imagine she still attempts to get him to do this.
Yeah, when you analyze the image, it's like the woman going all out on her son or whatever, and the guy he kind of has restraint in a way. He wants to take the woman's side, but if you noticed, he's not like delivering the whippings or the lash to him because he doesn't believe it's just. So that's the thing. I almost think in some instances, like, because if you have like this dual like parent sort of arrangement where it's inevitably going to happen where the guy acquiesces to the wife, and then you're going to have this controlled opposition thing take place. It could be like beneficial in certain circumstances to have that like divorce like split, so you don't have this like sort of situation occur.
Yeah, I mean, at
I
least
don't know.
your father could potentially regrow a spine in her absence, and you could have like a
Yeah.
real father instead of this whipped like carpet man.
Yep.
Speaking of which, did anybody see that fucking who did I link it to? The guy in New York that chooses to be a carpet.
Oh, the video where
Yeah,
like the video where he gets stepped
yeah.
on.
Okay, I gotta pull that up in this context because I was fucking laughing at that. That was crazy.
You know, he's been doing that shit for
There,
years apparently.
Oh yeah,
there,
sadomasochism.
there's
Yeah, I
more than
remember.
one of them.
It's in the first
Oh
video, I believe.
yeah. Okay, right. Yeah, I'll pull that up because that was fucking crazy too. Th-
Something
this is how most wife guys act, just not so like overtly. Most of our fathers were this guy, but in the
called
household.
carpet man. You might be thinking, what the hell is a carpet man and why are you showing me a random walkway in New York City? This isn't a random walkway. This is a person, by the way. A carpet man is basically someone who puts himself under carpet and has strangers step on him. At first I was like, okay, then I just wouldn't step on him. Then I saw what they actually look like. I would never think that a person is under here. What do you mean? There's two different carpet men in New York City. This is Kevin the Carpet. This is the second carpet guy to exist, okay? He's not the
Disgruntled wife guy reminds me of somebody probably, but
Mhm.
you know, this guy, the hand jobs weren't cutting it, so he decided to become a professional carpet man.
OG. He's not the first one. Kevin the Carpet, although the more famous one, he's a little meaner. He doesn't ask for people's consent when he does this. As you can see here,
The women in their obsession with consent publicly, like, what is this person supposed to do? Like, put up a sign or like reach out and be like, "Hey, I'm under here. Would you mind stepping on me, please? Do I have your consent for me to trick you into indulging my weird fetish and stepping on me while I hide under this carpet? Thank you very much."
I would have never guessed that there's a person under here that's waiting for me to step on him. Also, he gets really mean when he sees people recording. Like, I saw one video, someone said something to him, and he's like, "I'm not saying anything to you," which is crazy because you're in public getting strangers to step on you, and then you think I'm weird when I record you doing that. Oh, and in case you're wondering, how does Kevin just sit in a carpet all day, every day? Like, doesn't he have a job? Nope. He inherited a lot of money from his relative who was an executive for some record company. I don't know. He is rich.
Like it just gets worse and worse. Like these are the people you're supposed to respect because they have a lot of money, you know, they're a superior human being, and this is what he does with a lot of money. This is what he does while neat.
There's something if I should tie in this with remember that what is that series you used to review with the cucked wife guy? He was like he owns
Landman.
like a yeah, Landman. Basically, I someone articulated this on Twitter, maybe it was you. You have like a lot of these older guys, they get off to like woman like maybe suggesting like while in a relationship that they're gonna cheat on them or like cock them sort of like this, and it's like these sadomasochistic like tendencies you really see it like in the older boomer generation. Like this guy gets off being stomped on the balls. I think one thing in the Sopranos, there's that guy like Ralphie who he has like this childhood trauma, and he takes like some sort of like dildo or something in the ass, and I guess to a smaller like subset like zoomers, they talked about some get pegged, but it's not to the full extent of like how these boomers get off to like the mistreatment of their wives. And there's something I send you on Twitter, like you could probably open it, there's probably nothing like NSFW. There's a guy Barber, he talked about how the tide is turning. I don't know if it's about like zoomers not getting attention from women, and therefore they want to like a retreat to the womb, or they're becoming more gynocentric. But it's like this whole thing about this whole mommy GF thing like coming to force or whatever. You saw a lot of this mommy GF like weird stuff come to the forefront during like the advent of that one girl. Remember Lean Beef Patty? She was like a female bodybuilder, and these guys they kind of want like they don't care if like a woman takes up that sort of masculine end and they acquiesce to it. I don't know. It's this weird like dualism type thing. You can pull that up on Twitter.
I think, I mean, I don't. Barbar's like funny sometimes, so I'm not gonna go digging for his stuff. I do want to say on the topic of sadomasochism that I read a study years ago that the women that indulge in like the submissive end of BDSM the most are often women that are like high-ranking executive, like boss bitch type women, and I think that it's similar with these men where like the boomer men actually did live life largely on easy mode, and like this is what they became accustomed to sexually because it's like taboo for them. Same with
I
the
just
high
want to,
powered women.
yeah, I just want to mention on the topic of like older men like getting off to the idea of their wives potentially cheating on them. Has anyone ever seen that movie with Al Pacino and Matthew McConaughey, the sports betting movie?
No, I haven't.
Well, basically, there's an entire subplot to the movie where Al Pacino, the older guy, he runs a sports betting company, and the entire subplot is he is basically there's a subplot of him basically trying to get his wife and Matthew McConaughey to fuck so that he can lose because that's what he's addicted to. He's addicted to losing because he's such a winner.
Yeah,
And
no, that makes sense.
yeah, this is an actual movie. If anyone wants to check it out, just search
And
up
what's crazy
Matthew
too is
McConaughey.
like no, what was it called? Matthew McConaughey, sorry.
Matthew McConaughey, Al Pacino, sports gambling movie. Just search that up if you
See,
want.
and this is
If
like
anyone wants to watch it.
Al Pacino's like a big actor. Imagine him reading the plot of that movie and going, "Yeah, I'll attach my name to this," and like all the focus group screening and everything, like they went, yeah, boomers will buy tickets for this. They can relate to this, and they put it out.
Oh my god, it's so terrible.
I'm addicted to losing. Please fuck my wife. And Boomer goes, "Yeah, that's relatable. I'm gonna go watch this."
He has the money to be a carpet guy. That's insane to me. But let me introduce you
What's going
to
on,
the
gentlemen?
OG of the game. This is the first carpet.
Am I
Oh,
coming
yeah.
through?
Yeah, just reviewing Carpet Man here.
I just hopped in the stream. I don't know what you guys.
We're
I don't
going
know
off
what's going on.
like the litany of things Caravan has or whatever.
Yeah,
Guys,
I got my backlog accumulated, and you know if I lose all my tabs that I have open here, I'm gonna be remiss. So we gotta get it through them.
Yeah, I got to the point where I reached the limit of how many tabs I could have, and I don't know what it did. It kind of my phone like compressed it into some file that I can't really access anymore. So you better get through. You gotta get through it all. If you don't use it, you lose it,
It's
right?
just in a black hole. And the other thing is too is that like I've had these things because you can restore the lost tabs, right? Like they you know, you can your browser crashes or something, you can pull it back up and go, you know, history recently closed. But I've had it before where like the article just straight up disappears. It's just gone after that. Like the link's broken. It can't pull it back up.
I
Yeah,
don't
this
know
was.
if.
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, my bad. You can go.
No, I was just gonna say that was like a big shift there, in the last 5 or 10 years, where they start going in and scrubbing everything, and you can see it apparently. People that have a memory better than a goldfish can remember like certain articles they really liked or whatever, even 10 years back, and you go and it's like you say, it's no trace of it. But now it's sometimes even things from months ago.
I think a lot of these people follow certain channels or posters in different places that they know accumulate this kind of thing. and then flag the stuff that that person points out for eventual removal. I think that's what goes on. I think that they
Yeah,
scour.
yeah, I I sent you two videos, Western, in the DMs. I don't know if you want to review those or not.
On your new account or the old one?
New account. My old account is not accessing
Okay,
anymore. It's deleted.
I just want to finish Carpet Man for my own, and then I'll pull up something else because I want to see the second Carpet Man.
Guy. This is Giorgio the Carpet. He has beef with Kevin the Carpet, okay? They hate each other. New York City, you not only have two different carpet guys, they hate each other. They have beef. There's like street cred with carpet guys. I watched this whole interview with Giorgio. Listen, he does it for the love of the game. He takes Vice to Home Depot and he shows them what a good quality carpet is. He's like, these are some nice carpets. I usually like 5x7. Pause. Vice, why did you think this was a great location to interview a guy in a carpet? A field on a hot summer day. Then I found out Giorgio the Carpet, he makes anywhere from $0 to $300 a night. You're probably thinking, what do you mean $0? That's what I'm saying. He does this for the love of the game, dude. Giorgio the Carpet is my favorite because he prides himself on asking for consent first. He doesn't like Kevin the Carpet because he's like, you're not asking for people's consent.
You're making us carpet guys look bad. Like, this is boomers, man.
I wonder how he's getting the discretionary.
Women have an obsession.
Go ahead.
Women have an obsession with consent, but then read rape fantasy books.
Yeah.
I wonder if that income that he's garnering is just like the top like grossing amount he ever made, or if that's true, it's like $300 to $500 a night. If it's just like an individual person who wants to like stomp on him. I didn't watch that. I think I watched that series. It was probably the worst series I've ever watched. The Boys. I watched it with someone in VC. We skipped through like the whole thing. We watched it in like a week because we skipped through so much of it. But there's like a superhero, and he gets off to like I think he can regenerate limbs or something. So the guy he can like cut off his dick and his arms and whatever. But
Oh yeah,
in this
chameleon.
instance, yeah. In this instance, like I wonder if there is like a guy who is coming to him and he wants to like stomp on him, or if there's some like if you engage in this BDSM type of thing, it's your forte, you can get invited to some of these like underground like what do you call it? Like weird like elite parties where they use you as a party trick, like Eyes Wide Shut. Because that seems more of like where he would be getting the money from. I doubt he's gonna have like tons of people that start just walking on him and they want to like throw money at them. I don't know.
I think that these guys are actually some of the worst. This sort of person is some of the worst like sexual degenerate there is because have you guys seen those I remember it was like an old 4chan post. I think I seen him like 10 years ago the first time. And what it was is it was a compilation of forum posts from like a bug chasing forum for like homosexual guys. Does anyone know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, there's a fetish for fags to bait and switch people. Like that happened to me when I posted an article for offering personal training a couple, maybe 6 weeks ago. Because I didn't have work at the time and I got really desperate and threw it up on Kijiji, which is like Craigslist. And I told the story already, but this gay guy led me on for a couple days and he was dead serious. He's like, yeah, I want to change my life. I want to lose weight. And then he started with this naked training. I read about this, it helps keep you accountable because you can't hide under baggy clothes.
Accountable and camaraderie.
And part of the whole fetish.
I want you to be naked too for camaraderie.
Yeah, so that we can like bond over it. He said, we'll both be naked, so there's like nothing to hide. But part of the whole fetish was like wasting my time. That was like part of
that makes me think about it because, dude, there used to be this thing. Dude, I was a young kid and I would go to those German like what's it called? Those German like cultural festivals. The one or any cultural festival where they have the big turkey legs. And you would have these designated gays or whatever. I don't know if they were clowns, and they would like flag kids down. It was fucked up, and they would say, "Hey," or like, "Hold my hand," or whatever, and they would like basically just kiss them or whatever. I don't know how these people never got like nabbed or anything, but it seems like that whole thing with cruising or these gays maybe
Yeah.
flagging you down in real life, it's migrated to this sort of thing, the bait and switch method
So
online.
on that topic, I think I inadvertently ran into one of like some people I think are hyper paranoid about it, and these people are so fucking degenerate that like nobody even knows what's going on anymore. I was at the hardware store the other day and I had to take a piss, so I go into the washroom and it's like it's not one of those washrooms where it's like a private stall, you lock the door behind you, only one person in there at a time. No, there's like a pair of urinals, there's like two stalls, so like there's already a guy at one of the urinals. I go to the other urinal and I wouldn't have gone to it, I would have went to piss in a toilet, but they had these
Yeah. I
giant
always
like they had these giant privacy blockers, like you're writing like an SAT exam in between them, so I didn't think it would be a big deal, right? And the second I pull up there to take a piss, this like 50-year-old dude fucking books it, like he probably got fucking tinkle on his hand, like with how quick he got out of there, and the guy didn't even wash his hands. He just instantly like disappeared. Like I don't know if he thought I was gay or like he read a forum post or something. Like I don't know. It was just a weird
I'm not.
reaction.
I'm not gonna lie, man. I have almost like a phobia, and I don't know how long I've had this because I don't remember having it in my early 20s, but I almost can't piss sometimes when you go on these like truck stop off the highway, like the gas and go type, and there will be like 30 Jeets in the bathroom at once. They're all just like some of them are in the mirror, some of them are in the sink. They're waiting like in a line, standing 2 feet behind you to piss when you're done.
They're using it like
Sometimes
women
I
use
can't
the
go.
washroom.
Sometimes I can't go. Like I can't get my piss to go, and I'll just like literally walk back out defeated. I'm like, I can't piss in a room where there's
No, I,
like
I can I
30
can
men.
relate to that for sure.
I
At
can't
at
do
the
it.
same
Yeah,
time though, like if I'm already peeing, it ain't stopping because of
yeah,
that.
yeah. That's why I have to get it started. Like if there's nobody in the room or just a couple people, there's a limit. There's like a Dunbar number to how many people I can piss in the same room with. So I have to get it going first, and then I'm good. Cause
Too many
yeah,
foreign
like once it's
bioelectric fields in your vicinity, and it like inhibits the signal sent to your like
I don't
bladder
know.
to
I don't
release.
remember having that, but it's maybe just the changing demographics have like brought this dormant phobia out of
So
me or something like that.
I'll share no,
It,
It's
I'll
it's
share
it's
a dog pill, okay, right? So one of the things with your dog is that you can read about this, that if your dog like turns their back to you while they're pooing, they like trust you because they know that you're not going to like sneak up on them while they're pooing. Similarly, if your dog sleeps on its back, like it's in a relaxed state, I think it might be something similar with humans where like your body goes into kind of a fight or flight mode because of all of the diversity around you, and because of that it like inhibits yourself because in a state of nature you'd be vulnerable while doing those sort of things.
Yeah, and
this
it's
is
like
actually
sorry, go
what
ahead.
I was gonna say. I was gonna kind of say that it's like your body is sensing the danger that these like foreigners um could possess. Therefore, it doesn't want to put you in a weakened position, so it doesn't allow you to piss. It like keeps everything like ready for action.
And it doesn't matter how bad you have to go. It could be like 10 out of 10, you barely made it, and I still can't get it flowing if the vibe isn't right in the bathroom. There's been times where I've walked out of rest stops and then went around and pissed by the dumpster or pissed kind of like off to the bush at the side of the place
I'm very
when you're
much
on
the
a road
same
trip
way
or
with
whatever.
like taking a shit. Like I cannot take a dump in a public washroom. My body just like shuts down and won't do it.
Yeah, no, I don't
So
shit
that's be
outside.
more leaning on the friend versus foe distinction of the out group, more so than just being overstimulated because of the given like Dunbar number limit. Because at like sports ball games, I remember when I was a kid, but I never obviously went to them as an adult. But like there's like a line of people like going in there, and it's like over a certain a limit. Like it's just like I don't know, for guys, they can just start like cheering or chanting. in the middle of like being to the back of someone pissing or something. So it's like they don't really care. But I guess for certain people they could get overstimulated. Prefer like just holding it to going at home or something.
Yeah, it's especially when there's a line out the door. Like, I don't know what it's like where you are, but if you're on any kind of cross country trip in Canada, like on the Trans Canada Highway, you go into these rest stops and there's lines, and they're all like 99% just brown people there, and they'll stand and watch you. They'll stand inside the bathroom in the line, and just you can feel the eyes on your back. You don't want to.
Oh, you think because
Not a good
that
thing.
one ethnic like trait distinct or like specific to Indians, they just like have no etiquette with the staring thing. They would just stare. And I think you shared an example a while back of there was this couple or something that they were trying to like take a picture, try to get a picture taken, and they were put off like during the picture when the picture is being taken because all these Indians they had all these like dead fluoride stares at them. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
I
yeah.
remember that
They have no
example.
regard for personal space either, and I think it comes from like back in India because everything's so packed. You're like sardines, and I've noticed the same thing with fucking like chinks, like Chinese. They have no regard for like being fucking quiet in public transport, and they have no regard for personal space. And especially
I
if they're
never.
like FOB. I've excuse me.
Sorry, I think I'm on a bit of a delay. I keep kind of cutting you off. Sorry.
Yeah,
That's weird. You're
especially
delayed.
if they're FOB fresh off the boat. I've seen them like this straight up like hacking up their lungs on a bus. They're like bumping into people with the trash bags, and this goes for like the chinks and the jeets. They have like no regard for personal space, and it's like crazy. It's like they're so used to being packed in there like a bug colony.
See, maybe this is an insane take on it, but I think that they do have regard for personal space, and I think that it is something that they've weaponized. I think that they know on some level that the group of people they're trying to make uncomfortable, this is an effective passive aggressive tactic with which to do so.
I know for sure that's the case with Muzzies and probably Jeets too, because you'll see other groups do the opposite. Like when I lived around Mennonites during COVID, they would do the complete opposite. They would talk quiet, like under everybody, so they almost whispering. But Arabs are their language itself is so abrasive, and they're so loud. They yell over everybody. It's like a chest beating type thing. It's very obvious. Like you might want to gaslight yourself and be like, no, that's just how they are. It's just. But if your instinct is telling you this is like an outgroup threat kind of. I don't like the way these people are screaming and shouting and like that. It's
Yeah.
having the desired effect on you. It's like a foreign intimidation thing coming in.
Yeah,
You
their
don't see
language is
that with
abrasive.
like Japs, and you don't
Yeah.
see that with like Asians and stuff. Or Filipinos are very loud because they're like beaners, but you don't see that with like Japanese people.
It's
They'll
seen
make
as
sure they
it's
talk
seen as, yeah,
lower
it's,
than
it's
you.
seen as like a weakness because like if you ever seen those pictures of people in like Norway or Finland like lined up to take the bus, they've got like several meters or yards between one another, like they're giving an extreme like wide berth of social space. I think other people are kind of at the opposite. Like imagine if you had like black people, for example, that everywhere they went, like they didn't walk, they were just like using their impressive vertical leaping abilities to move themselves around. And that's just where they went everywhere, and you're like not jumping high. It's like it's I don't know. It feels designed to highlight that you're like not the meta of that particular area.
That
I don't
Japan situation is
I don't
interesting. Yeah.
I don't know if this is just a thing I've noticed, but one also thing I've noticed about like Jeets is they don't, maybe this is just personal experience to me, but they don't know how to run. Like I've seen them, we have like local like soccer games I play with like my friends, and sometimes there's like Jeets on the other team, right? They don't know how to sprint. they can't like sprint properly. I don't know if there's not enough space back in like India or something to run, but they don't move like a normal human.
They have no athletic prowess.
I
They're all
I'm
vegetarians.
I've kind of relaxed on the Jeet issue. You know, the Jeets were my like main enemy because they were seen as like the biggest problem in my particular area. Like they were what was giving me all these like feelings of like holy shit, like what are these where are they all coming from? But like lately there's been a massive influx of like Africans from nowhere. I have
Oof.
no idea where they're coming from, and they're not like these aren't like African Americans, they're not like Jams Fire kind of guys. They're
No,
not
like Vanta Black niggers.
no, yes, like Vanta Black like Africans. And these
The ones
guys
that get into Italy.
yes,
Yeah.
yes, like those. Like they, I don't
With
think
like
they,
discs in
I
their
don't think
lip.
they speak English. They look like they're dressed, and the clothes are being given to them by some sort of like NGO. And like I work in like an industrial part of town, and they're all over the place. Like somehow they're getting jobs at all these fucking businesses that I know that I'd like struggle to get a job at.
My new job is to do with sports. It's like a rec center, and so pretty much every single person I'm dealing with is either one of those like Zulu Africans, like you just described, or they're Arabs, like Muzzies. And I agree with you. I'm almost starting to turn my crosshairs on the Muzzies for sure because they yell past you, they shout to people that are standing behind you. Things like it's very slight. It's hard to articulate exactly how they vibe, but they slight you every time they're around. Like they just pile in together in these huge mobs and they're yelling
What are they,
like it's a
Pakistani?
no, they're Arabs for the most
Oh.
part. But the thing with Muzzies too is they're very anti-racist, right? Like anybody, they all come in together. So some of them look Turk, some of them it's like a mixed racial thing, but they're all united under
It's
this.
like the Arab diaspora. They could be North African, and then they could be like from Afghans or whatever.
Yeah,
What I've
and they come
noticed
in
though is
screaming.
having these Africans introduced, it's had like a it's had a melting pot effect on the whites and Jeets here. Because like whatever our personal differences, it feels like that can be settled like after the fact because the real problem has just arrived. And you used to have these kind of like shared glances. Like if you've ever been in a store or a bank where like some crackhead is like spazzing out and everybody's just kind of giving each other like this holy fuck, like the the I'm not relaxing right now sort of look, right? It's almost always paired with that forced fake half smile that Whitey gives each other, right?
Yeah, I have that
I've
here. The stereotypical Shibun chipping out.
yeah,
Like, they're
yes,
like,
yes. I've been having those moments like with the occasional Indian guy. Like there's an Indian guy at the university I deliver to who has to like let me in and stuff. And like all the like black coworkers that he has there, like the other students, are like so slow, and he'll tell me he's like, man, sorry they're taking so long, and he'll give me this dead-eyed like gaze, like we both know what the problem is,
oh,
you know,
like,
like we both
yeah.
know like we both know why they're taking so long and they can't follow any kind of instructions, like.
Yo, there's two things on that. They used to coin it the Spirit Airlines effect. You see some Shibun chipping out. And why they call it the Spirit Airlines effect, because that was like the only budget airlines. Therefore, that's why you had a lot of Shibuns that would pile in to take it. But I think what you said about the blacks, or you could be Jeets operating these Tim Hortons like cashier positions like really slow. I don't know. I'm sitting on Twitter. I think it's since dismal because I think he commented on it before. Um, they literally said this. I don't know if I think it was in the UK. They said we can't hire any more people because there's a lack of like ethnics in this area in this enclave that can perform math. The required math necessary to like be a cashier, and so that's kind of interesting there.
That tells you
Our
what the
reasons-
demographics have shifted to.
Yeah,
And
Their
exactly.
processing speed is so slow. Like Jeets are not bad. They're not going to be as quick as like Asians or white people, but they can somewhat stay afloat. But if they start putting Africans on the cash, put them on the window, There was one I was going through a Hortons, and all I ordered was a medium black coffee. That's it. You just get it, put it in a medium cup, done. But she had to put, I guess, into the thing one sleeve, because when you get it black, they put a sleeve on it because it's hot, right? And so she enters that into the thing. So if you're in the drive-thru, you can see both items listed, but the sleeve isn't an item. It's just there to remind, like, the person making it put one on. But they misread it as a sugar. They misread it as sugar. So she gets this black coffee and puts a sugar in it. And then I'm like, I just took it too because there was a huge line behind me. But I'm like, dude, it was a black coffee with, that's it. You just fucked that up. And imagine how many times this is happening. I mean, you can't run a society like that.
Yo, back to like your job, your commission job. You said there's a lot of muzzies or ethnics. Do they pay? Like, are there a lot of good clients that you get for that, or no? Is it hard to get clients?
It's like a big rec center, kind of like a sports field. And yeah, people will rent it out. Like, you'll get, say, an African party, and a bunch of blacks will come in and they'll rent it out. And so they'll kind of have like a party. They'll bring in coolers and hang around for a few hours. So they're good business. You can't really just poo-poo them away. Like, that's what the business is reliant on. But I've had a number of altercations already, and I have not even been there a month.
And it sucks in that one instance because there was that video you posted. It was in reference to like comparing humans to other animals, and I think that what the intention was, like the conclusion that I don't think anyone picked up at the end, was that blacks can't hear the fucking smoke alarm. That their hearing would be shit if you were to compare it. But anyways, yeah, you were talking about some Shibun. She wanted you to take the extra time to set up like a bouncy house that like was supposed to be a job for someone else. And I think if there were just purely whites, you would get a tip on top, but you don't. And that's another thing. There's a guy in this Discord. He works for tips, and that's like this is a thing that like even like you type in Blackstone tip on TikTok, like it's only blacks complaining about it because it's bled over to them. They're critiquing their own for that sort of thing. So yeah,
it's on a spectrum. Like I'm kind of even racist to Europeans in a way, but obviously to a way lesser extent. But I didn't like the last maybe 3 jobs ago I had was it was to do with food, and so it was all Italians and Albanians and stuff. And even them, I didn't like the whole like, hey, like at the punch clock, they come in and they're like, I don't know. I just don't like
they're
rowdiness.
Schmoozing.
It's not. Yeah, they're like, oh yeah. It's very hard to explain. You know it if you see it. I just don't really like that like, Euro bro kind of noisy.
It's just
I
grating.
hate noise. Maybe I'm autistic.
Are you talking about Euros, or are you talking about like Balkans? Those guys, because Albanians,
yeah, Italians sometimes get into that shit too, and some of the Meds, but it's just loud, like hey. It's like soccer culture or something.
This guy was telling me, I don't know about other places like Western Europe. He was saying he went to in Norway. Those people are like obnoxiously loud, and they have like this horrific like sort of like a language. Like, or at least it sounds abrasive when you hear it. So yeah, it's interesting to talk about. Yeah.
The idea of a bunch of loud maxing Norwegians sounds really fucking funny to me. Probably only for a short time though. I could see how that becomes grating over any like long period. I guess I take the different perspective of it though, where like if I hear people interacting loudly, sure I don't like it, but what I like less is them trying to interact with me. So if I can hear them like interacting with each other loudly, it kind of like I can let my guard down a little bit, like, you know, they're not gonna come talk to me. They found somebody else to blather with.
Yeah, you get to the point where you just avoid the places where you know it's going to be. Like, you have a good ability to predict not to get into these like brown traps where you're stuck in some drive-through lineup you can't exit and it turns into like a half an hour ordeal.
You just know now to enter the restaurant. I mean, enter the fast food place yourself. But if you're in a go, you can't do it.
I almost think maybe they just don't want people like going to these goy feed stations anymore because they know that it's inefficient and slow and that they're losing business like crazy. But maybe that's the whole point. Maybe they do kind of just want you to make your coffee at home and stop idling in the drive-through. And could be I've entertained it, man. A lot of this, like a lot of stuff, a lot of the slop now is small too. Um, the wagon wheels, the Baby Bell, the cheeses, they're all like a quarter of the
Shrinkflation?
size.
Yeah, shrinkflation. Yeah.
Yeah. Shrinkflation. Like maybe this is kind of like that. You just put a Dindu at the window and then people will catch on and they know, like, yeah, I'm not fucking sitting in that line all day. And they just do without coffee or they do without, like, they'll make it at home or. Was it you that sent me the video the other day where this guy was
Yeah.
losing his mind in a Tim Hortons? Like he's
Yep,
literally
yep.
he's screaming, "Just fucking give me the coffee now!" Like, dude, he's literally screaming. He's going, "Now, now, now!" Like a fucking psychopath, right? But at a certain point, man, like, joke's on you. You're kind of the faggot, man. Like, this
like,
isn't the first.
What did you expect? Like, you're trying to get blood from a stone.
You want to just pull it up, bro? I said
Exactly.
yeah, might as well just pull that up for reference.
Oh man.
Yeah, sure.
Fucking take my money now. At a certain point, though, it's not even based. It's cringe. It's like, dude, just we don't go to Tim Hortons anymore, and this is why. Oh, I can't hear it.
You may have to drag Shadi another way.
Okay, rejoin.
Oh. You like that truck there, Ben?
I don't do the whole rack shit, but yeah, I like Toyotas. Like how he crashes out and like drives over the curb too to get out of here.
If he was black, he would jump through the window. That's what they do. Oh shit, he almost fucked up.
No, he's driving around this person trying to block him.
Yikes.
I don't know.
I was tentatively accepting what Dismal said because the cashier at the window, you have to be a presentable person. You have to, interact positively with the customer, this and that. And if they're intentionally putting someone who's abrasive, maybe they want to deter the amount of people that come in. Who knows?
You have to understand that like getting mad almost attributes too much to these people. Like the person at the window probably can't do a better job. That's the whole point.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
kind of the whole point.
Dude, I'm also on the page where it's like, even if it was somebody that could do a better job, should they do a better job? Like somebody like this, like, yeah, okay, they probably shouldn't be in the country in the first place, right? Like they should go back home or something. Even if it was like a white kid though, and I knew they could do better, I'm thinking in my head like, how hard would I be trying for this like fiat waste? You can't afford anything on it.
I have something huge to fucking share. So, if you're a poor fag, you don't have much money to like spend on food, but the best thing, like calorically dense or packed for like the cents or the dollars, is Domino's. And there's a thing now, I think, because we're a bunch of poor incels. We just post like our Domino's order a lot of the time, so people have been doing it, and it's like, I get the Alfredo one. I don't do the tomato sauce anymore. I think that's overrated.
I think I think a lot of people have been doing that here, because I used to do that all the time, and you could add extra sauce, and now they started charging if you want to swap stuff out. If you want to swap to a different thing, it's like an extra cost. If you want extra sauce, it's an extra cost. They just turn it into like a way to extract more money.
Yeah, I went to a pizza place there that was run by Jeets when I was in the Maritimes, and the guy was telling me there was some deal where you walked in and it was like 2 topping medium for $13, $14 or something. and I just asked for pepperoni and extra cheese. That's it. And it came out to like $21 or something. And I'm like, how's that a thing? I want the deal on the window. And he said, cheese isn't a topping. He's like, no, buddy, cheese is not a topping. I'm like, how? Since when? He's like, oh, cheese is more money. He's like, I can put chicken, I can put like I don't want chicken now.
Yeah. I did this thing where I got like
Cheese
fucking
isn't a
scammed.
topping. That's what he told me.
I got
He's like, I
scammed
paid too
really
much,
half
buddy.
half the toppings have additional charges too. Like I like the steak there, and it's like nope, topping. It's a topping for sure, but it has like an extra up fee on it.
Yeah, I did this thing where I got scammed really bad. I don't know. Sometimes on Uber Eats they have these gimmicks, buy one get one free. And I thought like I got this deal on some like Italian restaurant. I should have known Italian restaurants. There, it's all like lasagna or any of these things that used to be like a meal you make at home. They're like the most ridiculously overpriced thing in any area. And if you go in there, there's literally like with other restaurants, there's still people that come in, but there's only like this the aged white boomers. I don't think it's affordable for like most people. But yeah, I thought they had this deal, and I don't know. I ordered this lasagna or something like that, and I guess I didn't pay attention to the order. I don't know what happened, but or like I thought I had everything included, like the toppings, like the meat, everything should just come with it. And I guess I got lasagna with no meat, and it just came to like a total of like 40-50 bucks, and I was like, what the fuck? But yeah, with Domino's on the other hand, I mean they're gracious here. I got whatever the two topping medium 12-13 bucks, and then I got sausage and pepperoni. I don't get the what Caravan gets. I don't get the steak because they slice it thin like prosciutto, and they don't sprinkle that much. But anyways, that's not the point. The point
Sometimes.
is when
Okay, go
yeah.
ahead. Sorry. I
You
thought you
you
were
can
gonna.
I can yeah, you're fine.
I was gonna say sometimes, very rarely, the diversity has like a loophole that actually benefits you because there's a black guy that got hired at the Domino's here, and every single because on the app when you order it, you can see there's like a tracker. You can see who's like making your food, when it's gonna be ready, whatever. And every time that guy's name is on there, he puts so much of each fucking topping on it, and I think that they can't fire him because he's like a diversity hire.
Yeah, they're paid to
Mm.
keep him on the
Yes,
payroll.
and so even though like if I was doing that, I worked at Domino's briefly, and they were so fucking stringent about it. This was 10 years ago, and the pizza's like being made on a scale when you add the cheese, like every little like milligram counts, and they're on your case about it the whole
Yeah,
time.
it's like Chipotle. It's like Chipotle.
Yeah.
Yeah, but with that whole like Domino's thing, that wasn't like whatever. The food wasn't really the point. The point is, with places like that, and they have In and Out, like it's a famous like burger chain here. You notice these places if you go there every like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, there's a high turnover rate. There's like a new face like every time. And I remember at that burger place, In and Out, these girls, there's attractive girls in the drive-through, but they couldn't crack it. After 2 weeks, you wouldn't see them there. And like eventually, like, the lowest common denominator, the people that, you guys have Jeets, we have Mexicans. So it'd be funny. You would see, it would used to be dude, all white staff, and then slowly but surely it turns browner and browner. But at this Domino's one, there's like you can't really fine grain it to one demographic. There's like there's like fat white woman, there'd be a black guy with Mexican, there's a bunch of people.
The
But
hot side.
yeah, it's like, yeah, heterozygous or whatever. But like you see all these people, and what I noticed is with when you get your change, because I'll pay with the 20. I think the pizza's like 12.98 something. So he'll hand me $7.02 or something like that. Um, like you notice it's they have to rush to get your change. And it's like almost as if the people that got into the supervisor position, it's probably like they're getting 16-15 dollars, and that supervisor position, it's only like a negligible $2 bump up. So what they've been doing is they're skimming off the top. They're definitely skimming off the top. The change, they're keeping it, they're pocketing it, and they think no one notices. And that's why like these supervisors, they've been like running through them. And on the last guy, the final guy, I think they actually picked like the first guy that's non-dysgenic. The guy I went in there and the guy had good service. And dude, the guy, like, no homo, the guy's like Tim Tebow, that football like QB. And dude, the guy this time, instead of like grabbing for like one of those like bags or purses, the designated ones to hold the change, he had to run into his Camry and then grab it out the glove compartment. Because yeah, they have to secure this. Because yeah, this is what it's the economy is bad. These people are skimming off the top. And what's interesting about that guy specifically, dude, not only he's going above and beyond with the service of like whatever, giving you the change and whatever, taking cashing you out. He after I saw him pull out, he's doing the delivery driver like job too. It's literally the white man's burden, like the fucking tradesman. He's doing it all. And that's what I saw on Twitter too. Before you would have like a lot of this downsizing, because basically you would have these I think it was legislated in California, you have to increase the minimum wage, et cetera, et cetera. So what they did is they started cutting employees and made it so there's only 2 employees working at a company. But now they're getting away with, like, you have one person. It was published like on Twitter, somewhere in Texas, Irving, Texas. You had one person that was operating the whole McDonald's place by themselves, and it's like, how is this even possible? It's not like he's working with someone else.
No, you
They're
could
doing
do it, man. You could do it. Every
yeah.
job that I've ever worked, it's like bullshit jobs, but every job I've ever worked, within 4 to 6 months, you start finding every shortcut and you've made the job so efficient. And then people have to hold you back. They're like, I've never worked in fast food, but I'm pretty confident I could basically hold one down all by myself, even at rush hour. It's not that
the only
fucking
job where you
hard.
legit need like as many bodies is back when like mass production required like more humans on the assembly line, where like for the conveyor belt to run faster you needed more and more
Yeah,
people.
you need literally people like shovels full of coal into a fucking burner. Like,
Yeah.
but no, like if it's all about predicting what you're going to need, and then when your predictions aren't good, then you revise them. And then after like 4 to 6 months, it's like, okay, I know how many fries need to be put on for dinner on a Wednesday. And you could probably run a McDick's by yourself if you're like a white guy that's not a normie. I don't think that's even like far fetched necessarily. It's just the same slop. It's just variations of the same slop.
Yeah, because it's also been designed for people with like 65 IQ to do it. So if you have like a
Yeah,
min-max or smart person doing it, they probably can very well like do it all themselves.
yeah. Just preparing ingredients and stuff. But you blew my mind the other week with that Costco, like how their prices don't come up. There's something there that is, I don't know, it seems kind of insidious. Like by every other measure, their prices should be a lot more than they are, but they're still selling these pizzas and they're delicious. If you don't care about your health, like their hot dogs, their French fries are delicious. The soda's good. And it's dirt cheap. It's like the prices you would pay in the early 2000s.
Yeah,
And
they say it's
yeah,
a
I don't
loss
know.
leader. That's the reason, the rationale. They say they're incurring a loss by pricing their hot dogs at 150, but they're making up for it with the memberships. But who knows if you do a
Well,
analysis, who knows?
that is where they're trying to get their money, because a lot of that's what when I was going to Costco to get food, because my brother, I don't have a Costco membership. I don't buy like bulk, like maybe I should, but I don't think I spend enough to justify whatever the fee is. I think it was like $50 a month or something for a Costco membership. And they increased the price of the membership. Like this big warning went out to increase the price of the membership, and they were cracking down on sharing the membership cards because a lot of people were doing that. Like they were just going to, and the lines were getting so long at the Costco food court
Yeah.
because that's what people were doing. They were just going there
Well,
because it
dude,
was like the best bang for your buck money and food wise.
yeah. They started turning the ones here into almost kind of like restaurant unto itself, and people would walk in that door where people are exiting, and they don't need a membership to go to the cafeteria and buy food. And I remember I got my mom to go with me because I didn't have a membership, but I'm like, I want a Costco pizza and I don't want to drive all the way there. and get turned away at the door. So I dragged her with me, and then I went in. I didn't end up meeting her, but she said like 2 days later, she said they're gonna stop letting people go in there without memberships, like into the restaurant part. They'd be turning down. They'd effectively be losing so much money. Like, it's kind of one of these things where it's clear that our economy is not driven by consumer spending at all.
No, and what I've noticed too is that, like,
At all.
I do these Walmart orders, you know, so I can just have groceries dropped off at my house. They have like an Amazon Prime tier delivery service, right? If I spend $8 a month, I get shit delivered for free as long as it's over the cost of like $35 per order. And I'm like very frugal because when you're shopping online, like I could be doing this stream and on another monitor, like shopping, filling my cart of what I want to like eat for the week. And the shit that I'm buying that's cheap, they have like, cause I know like when something's cheap and on sale, I buy like insane amounts of it. Right, like I buy as much as they'll physically allow the delivery person to drop off here, and I'll just throw it in a freezer. Because I'm autistic in my eating habits. I'm fine with eating the same shit for like months at a time. And what they have done is probably over half of the items that I was buying insanely frequently, they have just like upped the price on dramatically. I don't think it's specifically me causing the price to go up, but like I think other people are doing the same thing, and every store is kind of getting hit with this. Like you put out something cheap, and people are just like, "Oh, I better buy all of this because there's nothing is cheap anymore."
See, you're probably not the guy to ask because you don't go to grocery stores, but I go to these like brick and mortar poor fag stores all the time, and I see these fat people and like not even fat people, sometimes just Arab families or whoever, and they'll have these carts, shopping buggies that are so full of stuff. It's like heaped over the top of it, like it's domed over it. They're walking out with like $900 worth of slop. And I always think like, is this for some kind of like a fundraiser? Are they, is this for like a school field trip? But it can't be the case because there's so many people doing it that it just can't be the case. And it's like, do people really eat that much? I get a couple of things. Like I can walk out with it in my arms.
Yeah, this two things maybe on that. I remember on Twitter some guy was saying, and it's like with some single guys, we kind of know that if you're not, buying stuff for a family, it's probably in our best interest to keep stuff in our fridge that's not like perishable. We want to keep everything clean within 2 to 3 days. Like everything should evaporate. And I think with some big families, they used to do this thing where I guess they achieve like whatever middle class or middle class, or they have the discretionary money to spend on groceries. They'll buy stuff like spinach or certain stuff like bananas, and it's like those things they just sit on the counter or like sit in the fridge, and they immediately they perish. But I wonder if, I don't know, like I haven't gotten like EBT or any of that, and I know that in Canada there's like loopholes of like for students how they exploit the food banks. I wonder if there's this EBT, but there's like a time limit or something. These people have to exhaust all of the credits, so they just pile on a bunch of shit, or they're just stupid and just like what I said in the former, they just buy all this shit and they don't account for when it's going to be this perishable, because it obviously some of it expires for sure.
They're peoples that evolved with these real hyper scarcity mindsets, and then it's like they're placed in this abundance. I remember, I think one of the last dashboard streams that I heard, he was talking about honey and how it's not from bees. Like it can't be from bees. When you look at how much a honeycomb produces,
Let's go to Costco, family of 6.
People are walking out with jugs, like 2 per family. Like you're talking like a gallon of a jug of honey for everybody walking through the door. Like the whole country would just have to be bees at a certain point, and that's just one consumer good. Like look at everything else in that part.
Yeah, and at that point,
I don't know what it is, but it's fake.
At that point, you know it's fake too, because like the FDA and all these supposed overseeing bodies would have to be in on it. It reminds me of a post I read too that was talking about like, so it was about canned mushrooms, right? And they were talking about how the FDA allows like a certain number of maggots per can of mushrooms. It's like permitted. There's an allowance there because there might be some. And then people in the comments were like, I mean, that doesn't mean that there's any in there.
But if there was, there's a buffer. There's a grace buffer there. You might eat one or two. It's
chat saying, honey's just sugar, dude. It's not something special. Yes, it's just sugar, but it's supposed to come out of a bee's ass, okay? Right? There's not enough bees. They're not farming enough, so where's it coming from? If it's not coming from the bee's ass, where is it coming from? Because people are paying for bee's ass sugar, okay? And
I don't know what's
think they're
wrong
getting
with
it.
me, man, but I'm kind of a fat ass, but I don't eat anything. During COVID, I sort of skitzed out with all those trucker protests, and I bought maybe $500 or $600 worth of just rice, non-perishables, different things I liked anyway that I thought I would eat, and it's still sitting here to this day. I've already thrown some of it into the garbage, whereas some of these families, some of these brown families, they're just walking out with that on any given Wednesday. It looks like COVID hysteria. Every time they go to Costco, it looks like COVID hysteria.
Okay, yeah, I was just gonna clarify with the with the honey. I know I've seen my friend's dad has a beehive, and it only produces a couple
Thimbles.
It only produces a couple mason jars worth of honey per year. So they'd have to have I don't understand where the fuck all this the billions and billions of liters of honey that's being produced.
While we're on this topic, okay, this video was in my feed today. And you were talking about the people with the overloaded carts. Watch this shit. I'm just gonna let it run and I'll comment afterwards.
That receives food stamps.
Did you grab the keys out of the car? I'm gonna go look for trash cans because mine broke and I really want the side-by-side ones. So let's go see if they have them.
Faith over fat?
Buddy, grab it.
He's getting those weird GMO cotton candy grapes. They taste like cotton candy.
Hi. Just two.
Wait,
yeah.
she had four girls, I think. No boys.
Yeah, this also highlights, let me ask you something, guys. If you were in this position, okay, if you had 6 kids or whatever the fuck this is, why would you insist on bringing all 6 fucking kids with you to the grocery store? Would this not be better and more responsible for, one of you to stay home with the kids?
I guarantee you it was the mother's idea.
I wonder at what age, I don't know about you guys, but what age did your parents allow you to stay home unsupervised? I think with me, when I was 5, they would just get me a Pizza Hut. Back when Pizza Hut was good, they would give me a Pizza Hut and then get me a movie from Blockbuster. It'd be Scooby-Doo or Pokemon. I'd be set. I think as they got older, people think they don't allow that anymore. I don't know.
I don't know. For me, it was when I was 8. But I think now people are convinced that their kid has no self-preservation instinct. Their kid's gonna try and find a way to kill themselves.
You gotta lock up the cleaners under the sink.
I'm sorry, if your kid is fucking stupid enough to go under the sink, grab random bottles, figure out how to bypass the safety lock or cut it off, and then fucking drink it, I
just can't even imagine doing this. I was dog sitting a couple dogs at a time, and I'd rather risk leaving the dogs at the house when they're gonna chew up a couch or a coffee table or something. They're just gonna fucking destroy shit at the house.
No, it makes
then
me think
bring them
when I was,
everywhere
a
with
kid,
me.
Dude, it makes me think when I was a kid that Legos and stuff was a eugenic filter. You know when it said biohazard, do not eat it? How many kids that should be dead because of their dysgenics and poor decision making? They should have fucking choked on a Lego. That's what makes you think.
Can you even pick that up?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, mussels. So they didn't have the trash can that I wanted, so I'll just have to order it on Amazon.
You need a specific garbage can that you have to order on Amazon?
Are you okay? These kids are absolutely driving me bonkers. And
So why insist on bringing them? Like, you have to share the load of the kids or something with your husband? You gotta bring them with you everywhere so you're not responsible for them at the same time? I don't get it.
Sure. Put it on the bottom, please. You have to lay it down, baby. Come on. Yep. Awesome. Thank you so much. It only took us like an hour in and out of Costco, stuck to my list pretty well, and ended up spending $375, and then we have to go pick up a Walmart order for $65.
Bro.
$440.
Yeah, that guy just ate $500.
It wasn't enough that I spent $440.
No, this is EBT.
That's Gibbs?
Yes, this is all Gibbs, because the comments were like, people were asking Grok about it.
I get Gibbs right now. But I heard they're doing something different. Another guy in my Telegram who lives in Ontario, he said his Gibbs just got cut off.
And then we have to go pick up a Walmart order for $65. $440 total.
Yeah, and I can't.
That would be my whole month, though.
Dude, I was reading the Grok shit underneath, and it's talking about how a family with 6 kids gets $1,500 a month in SNAP and EBT benefits.
Well, dude, I'll tell you right now, I get I've gotten 2. Maybe I shouldn't get too detailed, but I've gotten 2 so far. One of them was for 7 bills, and then one of them was for 5. I don't know why but that's like as a single man, kind of like I just put in for myself, just like a single white dude in Canada.
Oh, dude, you know what I got today? I got a notification that I can apply for like free dental coverage. And I'm like, fine, it's like a Service Canada letter sent to me through the post office, and I'm thinking, oh no, what the fuck do they want from me now?
Yeah.
These are never good. And I open it up, and it's a pleasant surprise. Maybe I'll get some cavities filled off the tax dollars. Thank you very much.
Also, I had these outstanding parking tickets that I just dug in and decided I wasn't going to pay. And they stopped mailing me reminders to my house, and I don't know. I have a suspicion in my gut that they dissolved. I think they just kind of went into the memory hole.
Yes, I think they do, because I had while we're on the topic of dental bills, I had a couple $1,000s worth of work done. And when I went to go pay for it, this would have been like 5 years ago, I was told that it was covered under my mom's insurance. I'm like, are you sure? Because none of the bills I paid prior to this were covered under the insurance, and they're assuring me, yeah, it is. Yeah, you're good. And then 2 years later, they called me up and are like, actually, that wasn't covered under your insurance. Can you pay us, please? And I told them, I was like, I mean, that ship sailed, boys. Like, I don't. Could you imagine this for anything else? You go
tried to retroactively bill you for old dental work.
Yeah, and they sent me to collections, and the collections guys started calling me, and I actually gave them the Sam Hyde treatment. I told them like, oh, geez, dude, like, I don't know right now. I got like $40 to my name. I'm sleeping on a couch downtown. I think I'm gonna go spend it on Fent. And he started
Sorry.
He started moralizing with me. He started going like, you don't think that you have to pay money that you owe for services rendered?
I can't.
I can't, yeah. But
I literally can't do, brother. Can't do.
I went and financed a motorcycle to get to and from work here because mine kept breaking down. And I thought, oh man, this is gonna come up on my credit check, right? That they run before the financing. It didn't. I got approved for 0.99%. So like over 5 years, I'm paying $400 in fucking interest. Like, it's crazy.
I bet they just give a certain kind of amnesty to some of this stuff annually just to keep the economy like kind of trucking along. I was going to ask you, the whole point why I jumped on this stream originally was going to be, I was going to ask if you guys thought that divorce rape was even still like a really viable threat, things to worry about. That used to be the worst thing you want to avoid.
I don't
Like
think
as men
white
of
men make
fear
any
would tell
money
you.
anymore, so there's nothing to
Dude,
steal.
they've been saying it. It's
Yeah, like
literally it's reverse divorce rape. I mean, if it could happen, it would be the inverse. Because who has the
I think
assets
that
now? Look
I
at
think that
the
there was
homes
this
and whatnot.
UFC fighter, Mackenzie Dern, and she has to pay. She has to pay for her
Yo,
husband's fucking housing or something.
that
Like
situation
what?
is so cucked, man. Like she has to pay for all his housing and everything. And like this is a chick that like the majority of people that watch UFC, the majority of people that participate in UFC want to like clap her cheeks and spend the whole time she's fighting staring at her ass. And like some guy got to hit, knocked her up, put a kid in her, and now gets like uh what do they call it? Like manimony or something from her?
Alimony.
He's
but
made a
even
joke out
Alimony.
of it.
even if you didn't reverse rape her to where she had to give you anything, the fact that you took her time, first of all, like time's obviously more valuable to women than men. And she has a kid by you too, which like depreciated her body and her dating options and stuff. And then what are they going to do? Like divorce rate Western decline? They'll be like, "Oh, you have to pay, 1,600 a month." It's like I can't do that. So
Yeah, that's a good point on the
sorry.
time thing. The number one complaint you see by like older women online is, hey, when should he pop the question about putting the ring? Like the guy's been with me for like a decade and he hasn't popped the question. And then inevitably, or not inevitably, but sometimes the guy will like throw her away. And it's like they want to like get the guy like like penalized by the courts or something. They want like punitive damages for like him stealing her time. That's typically a big discourse women talk about on Twitter.
She pays this guy
Yeah,
$4,000 a month.
yeah, it's insane.
Get
But
four, get paid $4,000 a month for having once in the past clapped a fat Brazilian ass. Like that's fucking crazy, man.
yeah, there's not much they can hold over you. Like I don't people might even maybe call me out for this, but I don't see the point of not getting married or being afraid of it necessarily. Like she's going to take you to court, whatever. She could take your kid from you, yeah, but if you just play the R strategy game. I remember Western, you were saying on like an old stream with Thomas, and it kind of resonated with me. But you were like, "Yeah, there's no chance of your child starving to death or whatever in like neoliberalism. So yeah, it would suck if they were taken from you and you kind of lost the connection, but you wouldn't have to worry necessarily about them starving or dying. Like you don't need to be there to protect. This is where you get those guys that they just keep going on these dating apps and they're literally just breeding women and stuff. They're just like demographic terrorists breeding slam pigs, low
Well, and
value women.
dude, on that topic, right? You're talking about being divorce raped and they have nothing they can take from you. That also came up when I was getting the financing, right? They wanted to know like what assets I had, right? In
Yeah.
case they had to like sue me in court. All my other vehicles are old enough that they consider them to have $0 value. They don't even want to go through the headache of trying to like take them from me and sell them.
Yeah, they're
So,
all Frankenstein
yeah.
together. All these
Yeah.
like,
So for like purposes of like what they could take from me, there's like nothing. And
there's
they
no blue book value on like a Frankenstein
yeah,
car.
exactly, nothing at all. And they tried to the financing company tried to slap a bunch of insurance onto it afterwards, right? And so I had the cost of the bike, and then they tried to slap 2 insurance policies on it, which would have increased the price of the whole loan by like 20%. And one of them was for I didn't need a cosign or anything for this. I was the only person that signed for it. And they tried to slap 2 additional insurance policies on it. One of them was a life insurance policy where if I died before the loan was paid off, it would be covered.
But by who? Like who even?
The
Who?
people providing the finance, TD Bank, would cover the rest of the loan if I died and couldn't pay for it. And then I guess I could give the bike to a family member or something instead of having them take it. But it's like I'm dead at that point. Like,
And
I
the
don't
whole
care.
thing, what are how do they even value it, right? Because the whole thing is just nig rigged together. Like they'd be like, oh, this make and model of bike, but the engine could be different, the exhaust
Well, it's
systems
a
don't.
it's a new bike that I financed, so like they could do
Yeah,
it,
okay,
but
that
like
makes sense.
but then there was another insurance policy where they wanted me to pay. Basically, it would have been like $1,500, so that if I got injured at work or injured myself riding the bike, they'd hold off on payments until I could work again. And it's like, for the amount they were charging for it, I could break my leg, sit around playing WoW for 6 months, and have all the money to make the payments anyway without that.
They're giving me the runaround with this Gibbs, because I've asked a few times. I said I need disability, not just social assistance. I need disability. And I had this X-ray where they said like the fucking disc in your back is busted. Like I have a busted back, and the guy kept. He's like, yeah, I'll put that through, and we'll get back to you. Nothing came, and then when I met with him in person, I said the same thing again. Yeah, I need to be on disability as well as Gibbs. I was trying to kind of max it out. And he's like, okay, yep, I'll put that through for you, and we'll touch base like later this week. I'll email you. And it never came again. He's trying to give me like a Kafka runaround because there's no reason why I don't deserve, like, I actually deserve um, disability, not like Todd. Like, I actually deserve it. And they're not, they kind of know I'm just going to max it out. So I don't know. I think I just have to ask like 10 times repeatedly and I'll get it.
I mean,
But
I'm
they want,
seeing stuff that they maybe I don't know if it's just Canada. I see the U.S. They're like even if you have some like ailment, they're just cutting it off completely. And there's like this whole thing in the U.S. This Trump passed this bill, the big, better, beautiful, and I think they're cutting like welfare. They may be cutting other gives, but the one thing they don't touch is the VA benefits. I don't know. I discuss this with people. They say maybe to prevent like ERs or some PTSD guy. But there's this guy on YouTube, and he interviews like people like that have like this obscene credit card debt, and it's like the people that you see that like they're doing well, they go to the military, and they get discharged or something, and I guess like some of it is fraudulent, but it's like these there's tons of people that like are on disability get these VA benefits, and they're getting like 4K a month. And they nothing really happened, and even when they're in the military, when they're like on base or whatever, it's not like they're getting deployed or anything. So there's a whole welfare gimmick with the whole like military, which is not talked about. The only thing is like I don't know, someone guy I was talking to who was in the military who shared this anecdote, and he said, maybe certain whites, like in comparison to blacks, maybe it's some bone density thing, but he like this white guy, he said he was like running and he just broke his hip, and then he got the disability, but him, he fell off something and nothing happened. He's like, man, fuck my black body. If I could break something, then I could get the disability. But that's a big racket that's happening. And it's no one's talking about that. They talk about welfare, they talk about food stamps. They don't talk about the
what
VA.
they do, one of the things I've noticed with this now that there's a lot more people like us getting on Gibbs. So when it comes to women, they get like this is kind of the Depop program. And when it comes to women, they'll get these cozy jobs. This is a lot of the reason why dating women is hard because it's like they do have flashy job titles and that matters. They'll be like, yeah, I'm a dental receptionist, I'm a veterinary assistant, and you're like, oh, I drive a truck 6 hours a fucking
Yo,
week.
I
You know what I
know.
mean?
Tell me about it.
I drive a truck, but they only schedule me for 4 hours a day, 3 times a week, right?
Yo, yeah, I know.
It's like, but
That's
with
not the kind
men,
of thing
they
I'm gonna
give
run
you.
around and brag about. Like that stays in the closet.
You have to start lying, dude. I'm like, yeah, I own like this fucking electrical company. I just literally will tell people stuff like that. But um, when it comes to men, they get bare subsistence, like enough money just to kind of scrape by and play video, whatever. Maybe they can afford a cheap car. But some of the guys they're giving this to are people that they're not impulsive buyers. They're like very conservative consumers, like white guys like me. I knew another guy in England, young guy. pretty around 20, 21 years old, and he had been on Gibbs for years. They said he's autistic, so he's retarded, and they were giving him Gibbs. And he was trying to go Geomax and Layout with it. He had enough to go, and like he had saved all his Gibbs forever because he wasn't buying Jordans and stuff with it. He wasn't buying like Goy Slop, and so he had a lot of money just sitting there in a shoebox. And it was same
Yeah.
thing with me. Like they're actually giving me money, right? I work maybe 5-minute drive from my house at my new job. So one tank of gas lasts me forever. Like it never goes down, right? And before you know it, I have another social assistance check like going into my checking account, and it adds up. It's like I don't spend $500 bi-weekly.
Yeah,
I don't
so
really eat. I don't eat most days. I just sit around.
Dude,
there's something
what I'm
interesting
spending.
that-
Sorry, just to cut in.
Alright.
What I'm spending bi-weekly on that bike, if I was getting Gibbs, I could finance like 4 fucking bikes and still eat.
You'd be
while just
rich.
sitting
Yeah,
at
you'd
home.
almost be rich.
I could just finance bikes, sit there, let them like I don't know, appreciate, and then sell them as like unused, unridden like later on.
Isn't that something you said you were going to do recently? Get a new bike?
Yeah, that's what I did. But
And the funny thing is technically it would be free money since the loans are losing value against inflation if they're
yes.
the interest rate.
Yeah.
So if you sold them like as soon as let's say you buy them and you sold them like even immediately or something, right? You would technically in the future sense be
That's a
getting
great point.
more, making profit on the fucking free bike you basically get.
$1 today is always better than $1 tomorrow.
Imagine these like high IQ NEETs on Gibbs. They just devised a program where you could basically get rich from like just even being given $500 a month or something for free from the government. You just kind of flip it into these liquid assets. Like you just finance a bike and put it back on the market, put it up for sale the next day. It's interesting. I feel like the money's somehow my money's accumulating. Like my money's
I expect there to be so many checks and balances on any kind of like a UBI thing that goes on. You're probably only going to be able to spend it at like approved places, because otherwise that would happen. People would like accumulate that ill-begotten gains from other people.
Yeah.
I mean,
There's
thus
a
far I
video.
have been. Yeah, go ahead.
There's a video I send you, and basically, like I said before, that Trump bill, they may cut like Medicare, Social Security, and again, the boomers, you know, with the whole socialism thing, with the McCarthyism. I'm not like a proponent of socialism or whatever. I just understand the dynamic of you know, these boomers. They're against the, you know, socialism because they think it's some communism boogeyman, et cetera, et cetera. And but when it comes to their, like, you know, their Gibbs, like Social Security, Medicare, they think they're entitled to it. And I think something weird on the right wing Twitter. There's some guy, Anton. You follow him. He's a Canadian. There's something weird with the, you know, veneration of the old. I thought it was something that like it's more of like an Asian thing. You have Asian like familial piety. That, you know, they kiss their feet. Some shit with Indians. I don't know, Asians. It's probably the same thing. But like on Twitter, the right wing Twitter, these people, it's like they believe, a lot of them believe like these boomers, they're entitled to the Social Security. So when you say they should just cut it, they view it as cruel. But it's like, dude, they had the best you know, time to create asset wealth. I see these retarded things on TikTok. It would be like, if you bought like this in 1980, look at it accumulate in price, and they show like it on the y-axis. It's like, what the fuck? I wasn't born. But anyways, in that video I send you, and as it pertains to Medicare, I think they're leaning at more than the boomers. They're saying, you know, what if this Medicare is cut by single mothers? And they're providing this false dichotomy, saying, oh, well, look at all these 29-year-olds on welfare, or 29-year-olds on Medicaid. These 29-year-old males on Medicaid, they're able working bodies. They should get a job. And I think that whole thing, that it's like a pejorative, able-bodied working man. They try to basically use it to like shame men to this like slave class. And there's also a video, Kevin, you retweeted it. It was like some guy in a wheelchair, and he's carrying some pallet. But and then you have these boomers are showing that video and they're saying, hey, he's able-bodied. You got to be like him. It's retarded. It's just they want you to slave for them. But yeah, you can play that video right there. It's some seething Karen on CNN. Yeah, then
Medicaid. So we're actually cutting spending in this bill, getting rid of a lot of
I don't know if
waste,
it's this
fraud,
one.
and
It might be
abuse,
the other one.
putting
We'll see.
work requirements, for example, in a program like Medicaid, so that the truly disabled and needy will be able to get better access to Medicaid, because those able-bodied adults who are turning down work, the 35-year-old who's sitting at his mom's basement playing video games, is going to have to go get a job again. Those are going to be good things for the economy.
I'm trying,
but it's
bro.
also something that
and one
helps
thing-
reduce waste, fraud, and abuse, and saves hundreds of billions of dollars in those programs.
And there's one thing I have to add on that. There's a guy.
Word search for Medicaid on the resolution that we passed last night. You will not find it. That is not part of this equation, okay? We're talking about finding efficiencies in every program, but not cutting benefits for people who rightly deserve that. Work requirements for Medicaid. That is something that is public opinion polls almost 90%. You don't want able-bodied workers on a program that is intended, for example, for single mothers with 2 small children who's just trying to make it. That's what Medicaid is for.
Is she not able-bodied?
29-year-old males sitting on their couches playing video games. We're going to find those guys and we're going to send them back to work. That's what everybody supports. That's what the Republicans are for. And by the way, we find
Send me
dignity.
back to work then. I was looking for a job for fucking ages. Like
This is
they act
what
like-
everybody supports, man. Everybody
Yes,
but those guys that don't want to pay for single moms.
And the thing is, too, they just presume that, like,
acquire employment.
that you care that this woman has kids. Like, okay. And they're just going to be the same asshole. Like, I don't see the kids as being these, like, bundles of pure potential or something. Yeah, they're going to be the same assholes with stupid opinions just jamming the line in, like, 15, 16 years. So who cares? Like, why is that my problem that she had kids? Like, contraception's universally available. But this guys, they think that you'll land a job just walking out the door. It's like, okay, I'm gonna stop being lazy now. Oh, here's my job. I start tomorrow. Like, I was looking for work for I documented it. Like, I was
these
looking forever for a fucking job.
These people pretend like you can just walk outside and a job will just fucking come out of the air and hit you on the side of the head. Like,
I got a great resume too. Like, I got a fucking transport truck license. I got a fucking personal trainer license. I got my food handling to work in like restaurant experience. I couldn't find fucking work at all.
And
So what are they
also,
doing?
Dude, these people, they're still carrying that trope of like 35-year-old that's like unemployed or whatever. And it's like, there was this guy when I worked at this restaurant. He's pretty competent. I think he was the head chef, and he would explain to some woman. I think she understood. I think a lot of people, it's like they recognize that, living with the parents is sort of becoming destigmatized. And he was saying, I have this job, I have another job, and I'm gonna be living with my parents. And it's like that's the thing. I see this labor statistics with I analyze the economy on Twitter because I'll see these graphs and I'll just like, well, why not look at this? And a lot of the statistics are game. They'll show the employment statistics and they'll be like, hey, look at the productivity. We have all this productivity, but if you parse the data, there'll be someone else who does it. And it's like most of this job growth is just like part-time jobs. Is being like a massive increase of the part-time jobs and lack of full-time jobs. And then you see like how they have a graph that's precipitously declining with like wages and like quality of living, what you can afford. They have this thing with hours too. And it'll be like, it used to be 40 hours, you get your 40 hours.
A 3-hour
You
shift
get
this
30,
morning.
20. Yeah.
Dude, I worked a 3-hour shift this morning.
Yeah, you posted something. What do you get? 16
Yeah,
hours a
not-
week?
not much different.
It's insane.
I
I work
usually
a 3-hour shift today.
some days I'll get like 8 or 12. Other days it'll be like very similar. It'll be like 3. And
I know.
my boss, dude, like has been stringing me along the whole time, talking about how we're gonna try and pick up like more routes, so you get
Yeah.
like full time. Dude, she wanted me. She wanted me to do like everything. Like she wanted me to do the stuff in the store too when that like wasn't the job description. Like that's how she thought she was going to get me up to more hours. And I'm not doing that. I'm not being the guy that like does everything cuz there'll always be something to do at that point. And then
Yo,
when
Disco,
you
didn't we
can
talk
do
about this one
everything,
time?
they'll stick you on the gay shit while somebody else does the easy thing cuz that's all they can do.
This more, do you mind sharing that one time you had a job and then you whatever you had your required, like it was like the required listing of like your responsibilities, but when you actually got on the job, if they deduce that you're competent or whatever, they start piling on all this shit without compensation. They just want you to pick up the slack for everyone. And
Yeah,
if they see you have
what
a
it
CDL
was.
license, it gets worse. If you have more like
To,
licenses, it gets worse.
yeah, to make a long story short, I started into this job and they hired me as a sanitation worker because I had had a sanitation job in the past. So I had some little credentials related to it. Sanitation's kind of a sweet gig, right? I start into the job and immediately it's like 75% janitorial and then 25% sanitation stuff. So I'm just refilling soap dispensers, cleaning fucking toilets. I'm doing all this garbages, taking them out to the dumpster. I'm like, okay, fine, whatever, right? I'm not going to be here long. It's kind of a chill job. I can play on my phone all day. They start asking me to drive the truck. They're like, yeah, can you just hop on a transport truck route? The other driver, he hurt his ankle. He broke it. And he did that before they hired me, though. So it's not like it just sprung up out. It wasn't like an emergency. They knew about this before they hired me. And that driver was milking it too because this job was seasonal where it got extremely busy around Christmas. So this guy got hurt in October thereabouts. And he had it in his mind that he was going to just skip out on the Christmas rush. They had to give him little odd jobs and stuff to do. So he'd come in and sit on a chair and scan stuff or whatever while I did this crazy Christmas rush. And the president of the company at one point, he brought me in the office. So he did recognize me. They gave me $500. They're like, yeah, you kind of bailed us out. But it's $500, whatever, but I should have had way more than that. They would say, yeah, just hop in the truck, man. I'd literally be like, they'd be like, okay, hop in the truck. And then when you come back, like, people would be like, there's no fucking toilet paper in the bathroom. I'd be like, dude, I'm a fucking truck driver. I just came back from the road, and you're like,
$500 is like
about,
2 days' pay at minimum wage.
Dude,
it was gone in a day, dude. It's gone in
Yeah.
a that's a Costco bill.
Dude,
Like
last thing on that, I hate these fucking pittance amounts that they offer. It's a smack in the face, and I wish if they wouldn't like disclose it because there's this job agency that I ventured to, and I overhear in the background. They're like, "Hey, we'll start." I guess right now they're offering like overtime, but they'll say, "Hey, we'll throw $100 on top after a month." It's like I might as well not hear that because it makes me think of my lowly position. It's like life denying. So yeah.
Yeah, I would get back in, and then there'd be like 3 guys almost waiting for me at the dock. They'd be like, "There's no fucking soap upstairs." I'm like, "Bro, I'm unloading a truck, dude. What the fuck is this place? Are you fucking kidding me? You're paying me like 17 an hour."
You know what with this thing? I think it's like you have the supervisors and whatever. I think it's kind of like the ladder pulled up. It's the
And this was a mom and pop too. Not sorry to cut you off, but this,
Yeah,
for
it's
the
fine.
record, was like a mom and pop place.
So there's no difference between a corporation, mom and pop.
They're
It's all the
worse.
same.
They're fucking
They're
way
worse.
A
Yeah,
Costco would have never done that to me. Like a Costco would have never probably tried to. Like they're oppressive, but not. They wouldn't have pulled that shit.
Large companies have expensive lawyers that make sure this sort of shit doesn't go on because they don't want to get hit with that massive lawsuit.
Yeah, the thing I was gonna say, it's like there's some anti-meritocratic tendency, the ladder being pulled up. I feel like, you like, let's say if you were compensated fairly, you could probably go the extra mile and maybe you would get burnt out eventually, but you could go up the extra mile and do all this stuff. But it's like they want to prevent that. And there was something on Twitter, there's this guy, again, yeah, Jeets and especially like foreigners, H-1B, they have preferential treatment for like tech jobs. But I wonder in this instance, this one guy, I remember it was on Twitter. I think you retweeted it. He frauded his resume with all this jargon. It was a fucking page of it, and I think at some point, yeah, the ethnic name probably gave him preference to the job of like these top like whatever the mega they had to call them like FANG jobs like Facebook, Amazon, etc. But I think he had all the stuff like listed on his resume that was fraudulent, so he could bypass the AI and then score the interview. And what he did is, I think these tech companies, they give you like trial runs. So like he was competent enough to game the interview, and that's the hardest thing. You have to game the rounds of interview. After he finished the interview and he got the actual job, he would just stack a lot of them, and then eventually they would figure out, hey, this guy, he can't pull through or whatever, and they would let him off. But he still accrued like 30 to 40K a month.
and if you make it through that 3-month trial period while doing that, then they have to. It's like smooth sailing at that point. I think that's part of why a lot of these jobs are so hesitant to hire, because it can be very difficult to fire.
But the only reason he could do that is because there was like anonymity. He could be behind a screen. They couldn't like see him in real life. Like that's the only way. It was because it's a virtual like position. In real life, you can't do it. You can't do this. What he did. There's no way.
You know, I know. I heard a story on Twitter, and it was this woman, and she asked, like, there was this Jeet living like working in like a Canadian Tire in some kind of northern province. She said, like, wait, like, she heard his accent. She's like, like, how did you get this job, right? Because he was like the register, and she couldn't understand him. And apparently he submitted an application from India to work a job in Canada, and they fucking flew him out because the government will pay like 65% of his wages.
I don't know about you guys, but me personally, I'm pretty sick and fucking tired of seeing all my friends fuck their girlfriends, and all I can do is watch from the corner, because I don't have one.
Punchable face.
Yeah,
Very punchable face.
I've tried all the common ways of getting one, haven't made too much progress. So, here I am taking a step back. We're gonna try a different approach. This is an old school method. Let's see if it works. I don't know about you guys, but
I bet he got 0 applications. Yeah, maybe none.
Did he put a QR code on there to his socials or something? Like, what the fuck is he doing?
No, he just left his Snapchat.
You know what women are doing now, dude? Women are flexing because there's just too much male abundance. And I used to say this. I used to say, hey, women, a lot of these, they use the median Snapchat. There's like Instagram, but a lot of them, they use Snapchat. And it's like, they create this report. It's kind of like how, with like ghost jobs, like a lot of companies, they just have your what's it called, your name on file just in case. A lot of these women, they have this on Snapchat. They have streaks, and they'll keep this streak. A streak happens when you just send a picture to someone, and then whatever, it creates like a daily like streak or whatever. But like there's so many women that have not only those streaks with like 5, 10 select guys that they have on retainer or whatever in the back burner. They have like they go to there's like the quick ad. There's like some thing called quick ad. And quick ad is if you have mutuals with someone, you can just like it's kind of like how you have a suicide swiping on Tinder. You can just quick add like a bunch of these girls. It's like the Snapchat. They want to recommend you like girls for Friday
Quick
night.
ads are limitless too. It's a bottomless. Like there's no daily limit on it. So these fucking simp guys and Jeets or whatever, you can do as many as you can do. You can do 100,000 a day if you wanted.
Yeah, and people that are saying to women, "Hey, you're gonna be alone." They just like show how many people have them on quick ad, and they're like, "You basically you have tons of like males in abundance." Kind of like the Steve Hoka theory, the scrotal sacks. They have tons of
Quick
scrotal
ads
sacks.
interesting too because they it kind of like dynamically updates the algorithm because every person that you add, it's based off of the mutuals of like the people you have. So every time you would add another one, it would like change the rest of your pool. Yeah. It changes the game every time.
It comes to a point where they have this thing. It can show your location, and you have like it's kind of like Sims. You have like a Bitmoji associated with your name. You can look at the Snap map, and you have these people, and it's like, dude, why do you have all these acquaintances? They'll be scattered. There'll be like tons of people in like America, and then you have 2 people in Hawaii. That's how you know your Dunbar limit is like off by like a fucking two to 3,000. Like, how do you have so many acquaintances to now you have some guy in Hawaii or something?
Yeah, you'll have like one guy in the Yukon territory, and you're just like, what the fuck is he doing there?
Yeah.
Doesn't even make any sense.
Yeah, you can play this.
Politics is my religion. It's not my only. I'm Jewish, but I mean, it's like a religion to me. I am the father of the destruction of Western civilization. I have done that. But frankly,
the admission right here on HuffPost Live from
been
Mr. Jerry
around for a
Springer.
couple of thousand years. I think we got to give Eastern civilization a shot. You know, we've done it. Well, yeah, I'm proud of my show. Why wouldn't I be? I apologize. I've ruined the culture. I just hope hell isn't that hot because I burn real easy. I'm very light complected. So it's
I'm very lucky. You know, I happen to make my living in front of a lot of people, and people treat me beautifully, and I get paid handsomely, and you know, I've been lucky enough to have the #1 show in America. I mean, gosh, this is a gift from God. This is a gift from God.
Certainly, with American TV was always upper middle class white, and everyone on television, whether even the sitcoms reflected upper middle class white living. And then our show came along, and it really was the first time we saw another slice of the people that make up a country. Pretty much before we started, American television was all upper class white, upper middle class white people. Let's stop the hypocrisy and just be honest about what the media does, what its role is, and recognize, which is the good news, that we are not deteriorating as a society.
That's a lot darker than I thought it would be. He really is gloating over it.
Yeah, basically admitting the Jewish hand in destruction. But maybe Dismo can speak on this part. What does he mean? Maybe it doesn't really matter. He's saying we should try the Eastern thing. What does that even like mean? Or entail? I don't know. As an alternative, like Eastern way of life. We should have like Oriental living. I don't even know. Oriental style structuring the government instead of like what we have now. It's like a proxy state of Israel. Like, I don't know.
I think a lot of these things, they're 3D chess, like where even before that video that you guys showed where the guy was like, these people, we're going to go hunt them down and make them get jobs and stuff. It's almost like, obviously that guy is smart enough to know that you can't get a job. Like we're in degrowth economics, depopulation. So it's almost like the whole point of this is to try to like misrepresent that fact and just be like, yeah, there are jobs there.
Oh, they don't want to work. We need more immigration.
Yeah, but it's like, no, but I'm actually like dying to work. I've made like 100 videos about how I'm fucking dying to work. So many people have on this platform, right? And this is kind of the same thing. Like, it's like, oh, we need to like de-Westernize, you know, this fucking Anglo-American like hegemon, but they run it. The Jews they're in the seat of power.
They're at the head of
like,
it.
They wouldn't like having to deal with China and Korea, where they can't just slip into the government there because they can't do Cripsis with those people phenotypically. They have to like be where there's European admix, so they could be, oh, Jerry Seinfeld, yeah, he's just kind of a weird white guy. Jerry Springer, I thought Jerry Springer was a white guy, right? Like we didn't know this as kids. Nobody explained.
I honestly, I think like all these guys are Jews. I bet you Dr. Phil is. I bet you fucking Jay Leno probably is too. Like all of them.
Yeah, Trump is. They're all Jews. Like, but the thing is, when you're young, people didn't. This was the whole like cryptosis thing, where you're selectively white when you want to be. you can't discount how instrumental that's been to their attainment of power. Like that obviously doesn't work in the East. So they're saying, "Oh, we got to move to the East. Like we got to move, our mindset eastwardly."
Yeah, and like MMA
It's not
math,
really. It's a lot.
they can like constantly switch stances, whereas every other
Yeah.
person is like locked into one for the most part. Meanwhile, they can just like toggle between southpaw and not.
Marvin Hagler.
Yeah, like it's fucking annoying to deal with as the opponent.
Yeah, it's
And
like
like,
Marvin Hagler. They're like ambidextrous. It's like, oh, he's just as good southpaw as he is orthodox. Okay, but I think it's about like wearing the youth. Honestly, until I was probably like 15 years old, I didn't realize that a Jew was like actually a different kind of an organism than like I thought Jerry Springer was. Just I thought Howard Stern was like a weird looking white guy, but that's just not the case.
yeah, it's one of those things that like it's so hard to see, but once you see it, it's like, how was I ever so blind?
Dude, that Jay Leno guy was like the Andrew Tate car fag before like without the rhetoric, because he would be the number one guy who would say, "Hey, I'm driving a car like every week," and that'd be plastered on like TMZ or something, like trash like that it would be in your face.
Yeah, I have heard normies even talking about this type of thing, so maybe it is going to seep into. Maybe it's going to seep in. People know about like Jon Stewart. What's his name? John Leibowitz or whatever. Hit this video on Telegram that I saved, and it's just a compilation of all the name changes of these people, and it's like a 15-minute video, right? And sorry, someone's talking to me. Wait.
Yeah, wasn't there a rabbit hole in that whole Drumpf thing, changing his name? You know what I'm talking about, Kevin? There's always these weird name changes.
Yeah, I don't know, the
Wait,
Trump
was
thing.
Trump named Drumpf before?
Yes, that was his family name, yeah.
But I think that video would be very telling. Like it would be very jarring to a person just being introduced to the idea of racial fructosis.
Ted Cruz is from Cuba. I don't know if any of you knew that.
Was probably a Sephardic Jew himself then.
He changed his name, and also, have any of you ever watched that Devin Stack video on Donald Trump? It was like a couple months back, where he examines like the ties between like Trump's family and like all the like Israeli higher ups.
No,
I think Trump himself isn't. I think Trump himself is an ethnic Jew, and I think obviously so is Bill Gates. It's very obvious. You just look at the face. I mean,
yeah, well, basically, like there was literally a news article clip about like Trump's father, and he was calling like this kike. He was like, "Oh, he's my rabbi," right? And I think there was a picture. Don't quote me on this, but I think that there was a picture of like Bibi Netanyahu meeting like a child Trump.
No, there's a video of Netanyahu. He's playing with Kushner, who like his daughter Ivanka intermarried into. He's playing this Netanyahu's playing basketball with Kushner. I'm 100% sure that's the video. But yeah.
No, but I know. But I think there's another picture of like Bibi Netanyahu with like Trump as a child or something.
I don't think the ages would line up because I think Trump's older than Bibi.
Really?
I think so. Let's look it up.
Yeah, I'm probably misremembering something then.
It's just weird how a lot of people will kind of
By 9
even
years,
a lot
right?
of people.
Yeah, Trump's a couple years old.
Oh yeah, misremembering something then.
Were you saying
They
this?
Even a lot of people that are anti-Semitic, and they even ones that make their whole identity about that, they don't take physiognomy seriously. But I never understood that point, because you could tell an Italian person, or you could tell a Serbian guy. Like growing up here, we had white diversity, And I could tell, like, at least I could narrow a guy down to like some kind of a Balkanoid. I'd be like, he's either Serbian or Croat, just by his face alone, right? Or I would say that guy's clearly Italian based on his nose and his head shape. But then when it comes to Jews, even the most staunch anti-Semites are like, no, look at his early life. There's no proof. Look at where's his 23andMe. You have to
Dad,
prove
this
it.
here's my
You
new
can't just
neighbor.
look at their face.
He's Japanese. No, he ain't. He's Laotian. Ain't you, Mr. Khan?
You just tell. How do you know? I looked at him. Simple.
Where can you prove it? No, it is the proof. Like that's his face. He evolved. Like his face is what he is.
I feel
you
like
can tell when somebody looks very Anglo-Saxon.
There's a lot of
there's a
room
face
here.
for them.
Like, if AI wasn't cucked, you could have this kind of Lord of the Rings setting backdrop where you have like orcs trying to like integrate with elf society, and like people are going, that's an orc, and then the retard's going, no, his 23andMe right here says clearly he's elf highborn. Okay, like you're mistaken clearly.
Like even the Wignats, anti-Semites, everything, they don't lump in Bill Gates. Like they kind of almost, where he has the most obviously Jewish face. He looks more Jewish than Jerry Springer does. Like he's almost Larry King level Jewish phenotype. And they're like, oh, no, he's like this. They just don't, they don't ridicule him on that basis.
Yeah. There's some people, they don't get the same amount of ridicule and scorn. It's like, and the thing with right wing Twitter, it gets odd because there's slightly like philo-Semitic tendencies. Like there's that guy who's at the he's like adjacent to, or he probably works alongside Peter Thiel, like the leading like technocrats or whatever, Curtis Yarvin, and they just worship him. They flate him because he's like a word cell or whatever. And he wrote this this whole essay about how I don't know if he didn't say Jews specific, but he was using
a cathedral going.
He was saying elves. He said, these elves, these elves have to be integrated with the orcs. We have to be seated at the mantle of society. Is more eloquent the way he worded it, but people were just filleting him for that, and it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
He's got this like super convoluted dystopian economic theory for weird like right-wing nerds they're like extreme far right but without a lot of racial without a lot of kind of racial hostility.
It's like GMO noticing, like all the nutrients have been removed from it. You're just left with the appearance and the structure with none of the substance.
You gotta watch out for that,
HPD guys.
I don't use X a lot, but I've been going on the last couple of days, and there's all these like state-funded anti-Semitic channels, and they're always simping. I think I retweeted one guy, and it's always like, look at the average white woman compared to the average black woman. And you could tell this like white woman that he's picturing is like in the fucking 90th percentile at least.
And that same white woman would march him straight into the wood chipper. Like he's nothing but tax chattel for her lifestyle.
It's like that weird juxtaposition as the one that average white woman is shit.
Well, she would be more like the one in that Costco video where they were like loading up on slop. That would be more like indicative of the average, at least in America.
Blacks are less attractive, and they're less attractive on average, but to pretend that there's no attractive black women ever is a mistake. The dumb Wignats do this with Indian women too. Like
the thing with Indian women, they have these weird extremes. That's the thing. It's like a nuance with them specifically.
Dude, when I'm at the university doing deliveries, like the Indian girls have like integrated completely with the white girls. There's like no segregation at all. They have adopted their mannerisms, their style of dress like completely. It's literally
like a darker tone.
The ones that are attractive, it's Stacy with a tint. Like they've abandoned the whole like cultural thing. Like it's not like that's mainly what's curing my racism of Indians, because I'm looking at it like I mean, hey, at least they have women. I think that maybe we're kind of over the hump of the excess male Indian problem. There's still a
Dude,
lot of them, but here they
it
seem
might
to
be
be
your
having a
area.
lot of daughters.
It might be key specific to your area, and it might be second gen because I found a stat. Someone found it. It was like, dude, the birth ratio. It's like 135 to 100 and it's China and India. It might be 118 for China. This came out like 2 days ago. It's
Somebody
bad.
in the
Yeah.
chat talking about IVF. I was listening to the radio, and they just announced that they're putting like something like $10 billion into government IVF programs. If you're between the ages of 18 and 45, you're eligible for up to $19,000 of tax money towards your first IVF treatment.
Yeah, I'm seeing that on TikTok. There'll be a guy, and he'll have some like it'll be a guy who dates down, so you can tell the woman who's infertile. Typically, they're white, and they'll be injecting. I don't know what the shot is. It's I think for the IVF, I think it's progesterone or something. She'll be
Yeah,
injecting it into her wife's ass, and she'll be making a fuss over it because I guess the area gets sore after like doing it again and again. But yeah, it's on TikTok. I see
Dude,
a lot of it now.
the
past week.
wording around the IVF stuff was so insane too. They had like the doctor who was leading it on there talking on the radio about it, and he was like, the whole thing was shaped around talking about how infertility is a disease. Like one side out of his mouth, he's talking about how infertility is a disease, and we want to remove the stigma around infertility. And then at the very end, he started talking about how like the effectiveness of the treatment is like not, like it goes down dramatically like the older the woman is and everything, and how the statistics that they use to evaluate how effective IVF is are cumulative. So, they don't take into account that it didn't work on the first 5 tries. They just go, oh, it eventually worked. So they snuck this bill in. They're going to be giving all these women one shot at IVF, and most of them are not going to get any results from it. It's all just a bunch of millennial women attempting to do like the buzzer beater because nobody wants to knock them up with the climate they've created.
They'll never talk about the deleterious effects of obesity on it and how that stems from just this, obviously the slop we eat, but like sugar in particular. How it's literally just a drug. It's not even food. Like it doesn't belong in the same category. And the problem with this is though, is the masses kind of have to eat boy slop. Like I believe like a more carnivorous diet is vastly superior. The studies bear this out. You don't get cancer, no diabetes, heightened cognition, everything. But you couldn't factory farm enough to eat. Like if the masses started going carnivore, it would just buckle everything instantly. So they have to keep these food pyramids, stuff like this, and the women are fat, and then they're trying to just say, well, there's different reasons. Oh, people are too sedentary. Yeah, but 60, 70 years ago, housewives used to always bake a pie for fucking dinner every night. And they looked fine, like they looked hot, and they weren't at the gym doing deadlifts. They sat around all day and like gossiped and smoked cigarettes and
Dude,
ate
there's
pie
some
for dinner,
weird
and they were fit as
theory.
fuck.
There's some interesting theory. I don't know who in the chat follows that weird stuttering Ray Pete guy, but when you factor in like calories in, calories out, surplus, etc. They talk about like body metabolism. They say a lot of these Peters or whatever, they always take their temperature, and they say that before like they have all these like written like manuscripts from what people used to consume, and they say there are people that ingested like 4,000 calories, and they were able to burn it off just because like whatever their body temperature was high enough. Again, this is stuff like I've seen somewhere. I'm not taking this. You can take whatever you can from this, but it's kind of interesting.
All you'd have to say to these women that are subfertile, I guarantee you this would change the world overnight. You put them on a 30-day water fast. You just give them their electrolytes and you say, you don't eat anything for 30 days. And suddenly they would be conceiving. But again, we live in like a Depop double speak narrative where, yeah, these women, we got to get the birth rates up, but they don't want it either.
And
so they're telling them the wrong solutions.
Dude,
but then they're saying we made an effort.
the best evidence of what you're saying too is actually the homelessness. Because if you look at these people, like, I see homeless people everywhere, shambling around all over the place, like buying drugs instead of food. Like they don't have any consistent use of like clean drinking water. They don't bathe. They're obviously not eating very well or very much. And you never see them, dude. Like I see, like if you drive on country roads, you see like animals dead all over the place. Like there's almost every other day I go past a deer that's been hit by a car. Right, like, and it's a different one in a different place. And the, what do you call them? The like the conservation people come and like clean them up, like they get them out of the road and stuff, so they're not like causing accidents and shit. Has anyone ever seen a dead homeless person?
No, well,
Has anyone ever
only
seen
from an
one?
OD.
No, you know what I mean though. Have you ever seen one that just
Yeah,
like
no.
dropped? Like clearly, maybe eating less is, you know, good for your longevity if they can live these lifestyles and just perpetually persist on a diet of fentanyl.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think it's something with like
it is
OMAD. You
almost to the
stress your
point
body
where,
out, eat too much.
yeah, it is almost to the point where it's damaging you. Like it's creating all this kind of metabolic waste, and like people will roll out of bed and just start slobbing peanut butter on a piece of Wonder Bread on the way out the door at like 7 in the morning on the way to go cage. And all throughout the day, it's like, oh, it's 10 o'clock now, lunchtime, and then everyone goes into the break room and starts eating slop again.
Time for a fistful of
Mm.
Snickers and a half sugar and cream coffee.
Yeah. Oh, I'm eating a granola bar, guys. So therefore, healthy. Granola equal healthy, and it's just like it's all garbage. It would almost be better to just. And in the
you're
Soviet
completely
Union,
right on sugar being a drug. I can't quit it, man. That I've struggled with that
yeah,
so
it's just a
much.
drug. It's not even. It's like you have to start looking at it. If you want to quit sugar, you have to look at it as if you're a coke addict. Like you have to take it really seriously. You have to be like, man, this is it's not necessarily something you can go from cold turkey. Your body has a crazy reliance on this thing.
I think people can
But
cut it just when they can't interpret like refined carbs being the same, being sugar.
yeah, but in the Soviet Union, they had this starvation therapy where they touted this as the cure for absolutely everything. And they would have somebody not eat for 30 days, and the records of it were outstanding. Like they were curing things like even mental problems, because a lot of them are just physiological. Like schizophrenia is like a physical ailment in the brain. They were cured. Diabetes, obviously, you can reverse these things, but it would cause a crash in like the food economy because you can't just have. Imagine that fat Costco family with 4 daughters, and all they ate was meat. Like their plates just had to consist of meat. There's no way.
Yeah,
You need them
in
eating
fact, like I
No way.
avoid buying meat because it's like prohibitively expensive. About the only
Yeah.
time I even get it is when it's like some kind of like mystery meat on top of a pizza, like a pepperoni or some shit. You know, you don't really even know what it is.
Yeah, the steaks are always like $15 a pound, and I think like someone was telling me the ground beef here is typically like $6. I think they at Costco you can get these big like rolls or whatever. They look like these big fucking dildos, like these things. But I think some of that like at Costco it's got to be cut with meat glue, and that's what I think a lot of that could be. But yeah, it's interesting. But as it pertains to the cows, what is the whole like dashboard theory it hinges on? Remember, he says, I don't see insects on the windshield wipers anymore. Is that because of the chemtrails? Because some guy on Twitter was saying, typically I would like send this to some other guy. I would be like, hey, in Vegas, every 2 years you have like locust swarms, and like someone was saying, where's the locust swarm this year? Like I don't know.
Well,
If
it's
it's
like
because of
a breakdown of the natural ecosystem with the insects
yeah.
because like I'll give you an example. So most days I drive maybe like 80 miles there and back through basically the forest because I'm going to like a resort to do a delivery. And there is insects, but like I remember when I was a kid, right? And we'd take maybe like an 8-hour road trip from Alberta to BC to go camping at one of the lakes here, and every gas station stop you'd have to like scrub piles of insects off of the fucking grill in the windshield. It would be like, and you weren't driving through a forest. It was like, 4-lane
Just on the
highway
highway.
roads. Yeah, like there wasn't some abundance of trees around you, and
Yeah.
you're scrubbing off like. I remember being a kid and looking at this shit. There's like huge fucking beetles that you'd never like recognize, dragonflies, like
June bugs.
yeah, moths.
Actually, I have a theory on this.
Butterflies.
Yeah, so like a lot of those bugs rely on like native plants, right? To exist. And like a lot of the like habitat has been destroyed, especially like fireflies. They need like, you know how people rake up the leaves in fall?
Yep.
And like fireflies need the leaf litter to be able to come up, basically, right? So for example, I'm sure everyone knows this, like monarch butterflies need like milkweed to lay eggs. I saw government like officials, there's like this huge field filled with like meadow, like a meadow, and it's filled with like milkweed, liatris, all these things that all the like these butterflies and bugs need
Propping
to have
it
to
up.
exist, right? They fucking like they flatten this. It's like now a bare patch of dirt, and it's been a bare patch of dirt for 5 fucking years, and no one has built anything on it. They're not selling it. They're not doing anything. They come by almost every fucking week and mow this shit
Yeah,
completely
they probably
down to
cleared
the
it and
ground.
justified it as a fire hazard. That's what they do around here. We got
Yeah.
forest fires here all the time, and anytime there's any place like that, they come through. They like try to turn it into a dirt lot or pave it, and then do nothing with it because they don't want a fire in that particular
Yeah.
area.
And I know with especially like my backyard, since my family does like a lot of like gardening, and we leave like the leaf litter, there's like a lot of native plants in my neighborhood. We have like bugs everywhere. There's like no mosquitoes because like all the dragonflies and all that shit. But I'll go sometimes to my like friend's place, and his neighborhood is more like of a more suburban type, and they do like all the mosquito spraying and shit. And there's fucking nothing. There's just like you'll hear like one random fly. Like everything is fucking dead. There's nothing around. It's just lifeless.
I think that
I remember-
Oh, go ahead. I'll wait.
I was just gonna say, I remember being young here, and there'd be ladybugs all the time, every year. It was like a staple of the summer, and they'd be these nice, beautiful, like deep red ladybugs, and then they went away suddenly for a couple of years, and then there was these like crypto Jew ladybugs that came in. They looked the same, but they had this slight orange shade to them, and they would bite you like crazy. They
Yeah,
would
those
land
are
on
like
you and
invasive
bite,
Asian
and I'm like,
ones.
yeah, I'm like, what the fuck? Where did like the nice docile one? You would almost like let it on your hand, and
Yeah,
you would like stroke
ladybugs
its
were the
back.
first bug. Pretty much everybody didn't mind crawling on them.
Yeah, you would kind of like stroke its back. You'd keep it. You'd be like, oh, that's like a real nice insect. I'm gonna like keep it in a jar. But then they disappeared. Just one year, they never came back. And then you had these like tough guy fucking crypto ladybugs, and they were they would land on you and just fucking bite you and piss on you.
What's
I
your
know
thoughts
with
on, you can continue.
I know with there's like a certain type of beetle. There's like the I can't remember what the fuck it is. It's not the emerald ash borer, even though that is one. It kills all the ash trees, but it's like this Japanese beetle, and it has like this shiny coating. Have any of you seen that?
No.
It's like this like
Heracross?
no, it's a fucking like invasive Japanese beetle, and they claim it came over from a shipment, and then it just happened to decimate all these like food crops in a certain place, causing like a food shortage. I think it was fucking purposely released, like an experiment, seeing like how they could do like biological warfare with like invasive bugs.
Okay, I want to build on that. So, back in the days of well poisoning, the Jews were like known in different European countries for being like master poisoners. And the way that they do it is they'd use their connections with Jews in other areas, and they'd basically like swap and trade poisons with different areas geographically. And that way, like if you live in an area where there's rattlesnakes, the medical practitioners in the area will know what a rattlesnake bite symptoms look like. They'll have anti-venom on hand. But by swapping these things around like this, you you bypass all of that. They can't accurately identify what the person's suffering from, and they can't treat it. So when you suggest that they're swapping bugs around to cause problems, I know of a group of people that act like that with other things that they try to do to the populace.
Even yeah, that's a good. Like even just this summer, there's these weird black birds that almost have this blue shiny. If you see them in a certain light, they look kind of blue, and it's like a much smaller version of a crow, and they shit all over everything. They drink people's pool water, and I think it upsets their gut, and then they shit this blue stuff on people's car. And so if you go down the street, all the cars are covered in fucking blue bird shit. Yeah, from these weird black birds that no one ever seen before this year.
Anecdotal, but if you remember when that the U.S. government, the PSYOPs advertising video came out, and they had all the birds fly out of the foliage, and then the birds turned into drones. This was at the same time that people were talking. This is at the same time there was people running around with the birds aren't real, like fake meme conspiracy theory. But I think that actually, I don't believe many birds to be organic anymore. I think that they're actual birds, like they're meat and bones. But like yes, I think a bird is the perfect surveillance device. And they were talking on the radio too. Like I hear about this shit. The police are using a surveillance program, and guess what the name of it is? They say that no, seriously, they're calling the surveillance program Flock, and then they never elaborate on how it actually works. I think that there's a lot of that going on.
Yeah, because it could just be birds, because they always try to make you believe, like, with the stuff disclosed in the news that, hey, China's come out with this, like, bot that's, like, smaller than your fingertip, and that's what they're using. But it could be just, like, piloting animals, who knows?
Oh, I was going to say, too, on the topic of bugs, before I forget, I think that, you guys hear about, like, Lyme disease with ticks?
Yeah, I don't know how much I believe that. I buy that because they say if you get bitten by the tick, right, you can metabolize like meat or something.
Yeah, they made like this insane, probably fictitious disease and attributed it to ticks. And I think that the whole reason for this is the same kind of thing. Like, white people generally love like camping and kind of this outdoors stuff and farming and all this other shit. And what better way to terrify them of going and doing these things than like making them afraid of like abundant grass and foliage? Like, you don't want to walk through the bush anymore, white man. Like, you might get bitten by a tick and end up in a wheelchair for the rest of your life.
That's a great point.
It could be a racket for the veterinarians. I mean, how many shots do these like dogs need to like be taken in for? Like, how much payments?
Well, and that's why I bring it up, because every fucking week my mom is sitting here pretending that like the dog has like a tick on it. And she's like freaking out, like, you gotta get the tick off, and every single fucking time it's like, no, like the dog has a mole or the dog has a skin tag. Like, she told me today that she's seen legs. And there's no legs. It's literally just like a mole. You can see like the dried skin on it flaking off because it's like exposed. It's above the fur line of the dog, so it's like not, it's drying out. Like, it's clearly a mole.
Dude, that's a fucking nasty visual, dude. It's like, holy shit.
But that fear is real. Like, these people just freak, and my sister's the same way. Like, any little thing, like, the dog could have a pimple and they're freaking out thinking it's a fucking tick and the dog's gonna die.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I went to the beach a couple of days ago, and there was this like, there's the walking path, and then there's this kind of canopy of trees that you have to walk through to get to the sand and the water. And I went through it, but it did kind of give me like a moment for pause thinking about it. Like, people do think about it for sure. There was a moment of hesitancy where I'm like, ooh, I don't know if I want to walk through there. But some people were saying it's like to do with Morgellons and whatnot. There's that idea too that I don't know. I haven't really delved into it enough. I've heard the claim that part of the life cycle of whatever they think's biting people might be like a kind of parasite or like a symbiote with your body. And then it gets in weird things like Gulf War syndrome, and where the people will say, you know, they have these kind of parasites.
I think this is some of the most interesting shit because people talk about how like, oh, you know, like they're not going to disclose aliens, or we're finally going to get disclosure, like we are not alone, all this sort of shit. I think it's far more likely that something like this is going on because you already see it in see like biological parasitism, you see like biological mind control with funguses and like different kind of things, and that guaranteed happens in humans, but they just don't I don't think they talk about it. There was probably the best example I've seen, I think it was Look Out for Charlie did a video where he was examining old footage of like serial killers, and a lot of them all had this kind of weird looking like ringworm pattern on their skin when they were filmed. And he was comparing it, and it's like, wouldn't it be interesting if a lot of this stuff is all being done by some kind of like hostile outgroup? It's like a meme in our culture too that lingers around with us for some reason. Even in kids shows like fucking SpongeBob, right? Like Plankton is inside people's heads, like controlling them a lot of the time. It keeps coming back. It ties into the fasting stuff earlier too. I was going to mention it in that regard because, you know, you have all these fertility issues, you have all this addiction to sugars and everything. Just not eating, why would that cure it? Well, it's like that biblical story about, you know, God or Jesus casting Satan out of a guy by making him fast for a couple days and then lay on the ground with his mouth open beside a bowl of milk. And then Jesus smashed Satan's head with a rock because it crawled out of the guy's mouth because it was starving in there. Then there's so many more little like tie-ins.
Dr. August Dunning, he has a YouTube channel. It's pretty small. I think you should check some of it out. But he advocates dry fasting exclusively. And they always told us, they're like, you'll die after 3 days if you don't have water, Goy. But we produce a certain percentage of our own water through the same effects that like camels use, but to a much lesser degree, like metabolic water. And he's done very long fasts, like without any water, well beyond what they say. You should be dead. You should be dead. A lot of people in the comments and stuff, they just
everyone references Jesus.
I do not see hobos with water bottles, and they're out there all day, and it's a desert here.
Yeah.
So
and they look good, man. There's a couple homeless guys like in my group, and they look revitalized.
They look like cowboys. They look like everybody in the Wild West was depicted as looking like. Like they look like tanned leather, you know, they look rugged.
But he's like, these parasites can't produce their own water, and they can't like feed off of ketone bodies like humans can. So you pretty much just get into like a game of chicken with the parasites in your body, and then they die off. And you can't really see them when you shit because they break down. Like when they die, they release these certain chemicals that break their body down. So you won't necessarily see them in your shit. But he says after you do like a 7-day or a 10-day dry fast, you don't have those cravings anymore for ice cream. You don't have, like, he attributes them to parasites. I'd check his channel out. Really smart guy.
William says if you're not on drugs, the homeless lifestyle is not that destructive. I like the title of the stream. I'm envious of homeless people for a couple reasons because
the hair.
They almost have a lot of them have hair because they don't have to wagey and they're not like pulling it out over that. But I have to drive across this bridge on my way to and from work. And the richest realtor in town, okay, like his face is all over the place. He does all the big like realty deals. Has bought like two side-by-side houses with like the They're like some of the most desirable land in town. They're right beside each other on the river here. They got giant docks, like, you know, the ski boats, the ski-doos and everything, like, docked at the things. He owns both the houses. And then on the other side of that same river, directly across from him, is like a camp where a homeless guy has like set up a tent. And I seen that homeless guy walking back and forth from his tent today with like fishing poles. And it's and it's like, once again we have this extremity situation where like the only two people winning in this scenario are like the opposite extremes, like the guy at the very top and the guy at the very bottom. Everybody in the middle is like just losing.
Yeah, back to
And they're
that
morons.
water
If
thing.
you still care about like the prevailing social norms, but they're just designed to kill you in a way. Like imagine not genuinely not caring about how you appear to passersby, or like you're just beyond it. You could just be wearing a dress because it's hot out, and it's like, yeah, I'm gonna wear a dress today, dude. It's fucking hot. I want to breathe, and you just wear it. You're like, whatever, don't care.
I like
What I mean?
I like it. That's fine.
Yeah, feels good. Like, and that's when you get
That's another
beyond
thing
your head.
Muslims were right about. Like, when it's hot enough, dude, you wear the dress, let your fucking balls breathe. Like,
Yeah,
there's only so many ways to deal with it, dude. You know how women complain about, oh, I don't want to go back to Handmaid's Tale, you know, I'm not wearing that, the bonnet and the fucking burqa and everything. That's how I feel when a job expects me to wear like a dress shirt and a tie, or like I'm supposed to wear blue jeans or something that like fit properly. I feel like my body is in a fucking cage. Like, it's hot, it's stuffy, it's uncomfortable, the mobility is poor, but it's just the societal norm to like wear these things in certain situations.
Yo, do you hear me?
yeah.
Oh yeah, back to that water thing. I think someone posted in the chat. It's like the myth that they should push forth that first thing that you should do is hydrate with like 7-8 liters of water. And I think this got exacerbated because you would have that guy Rich Piana, and he would have that 5% brand, and he would have these electrolytes. They call them like BCAAs, amino acids, whatever. And he would make his whole he would carry like a milk gallon and make it blue. And then after that, you would see all these guys, they're carrying these big gallons of water, these gym tards. And then actually what you find out is that after if you just drink too much water, you're just pissing out all your nutrients, all your electrolytes, and your piss is
Yeah, you
supposed to
flush
be like
out.
yeah, your piss is supposed to be like light yellow, but they demonize the yellow color of piss for some reason. So that's the thing.
They say doing a 1 day 24-hour dry fast is almost comparable to doing like 3 days with water, because something about the diuretic hormone, everything like turns off, which should stop triggering you to pee, and then something happens like with
Just
your cells where
recirculated.
you actually can hydrate to some extent. Your own body can hydrate itself with the cellular perspiration as you go into ketosis and autophagy, like a camel, right? This is what a camel does.
You know what would
Your
get
body
sold
will
out
do
real
that.
fast? Those DIY like suits that you like piss into, and then it like hydrates you with the water. It cleans the water. Those suits that would be like offered for like $300-$400. Those would get sold out instantly. But do you guys believe that story? The Jesus like fasted. I mean, it doesn't have to be a desert, but 40 days without food and water. Like, it makes you think that it's possible. I don't know.
Well, put this in perspective. Is it just me? When you were young, they used to tell you it's common knowledge that you'll start dying pretty much after
Yeah, within a
3
week.
days.
3 days without water, 3 weeks without food, 3 minutes without oxygen.
Yep.
Okay, but what do they say when I'm standing there after 14 days without any water, and I'm like, wow, I feel fucking amazing.
Oh, you're an
What are they gonna
anomaly.
say?
You're an anomaly.
Yeah,
And the
what are they
anomaly
gonna
is that
say?
you actually tried it and didn't listen to them, not necessarily that, you know, as a human being, you're doing something that everyone's
Yeah.
not really capable of.
That's what the same thing they would say against like the proponents against that raw primal diet. They would say if you eat this meat raw, you end up like getting salmonella, while like the elites are just like eating fucking tartar all day and nothing happens. And even if tartar is cured a special way, I mean, you can just refute them. You could eat like liver, brain, all this shit, and nothing.
Yeah.
After a certain while, after doing it for years, it's like, what do you have against this? Like, it's nothing. You're being disproven through
We
like
can
yeah.
we can pick this up if anybody has any closing comments on that particular topic. We can come back to it later. I just want to move
That's
these
fine.
tabs.
Yeah,
I just want to
we
move
can
through
do
the tabs so I'm not like left with these when this eventually ends.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna wrap up the
Excess
tattoo section
tabs.
now. Yeah, excess tab
Right.
problem.
Get
Yeah,
run.
we gotta
Get run through.
we're on the topic of bodily health right now, so we'll finish up with the tattoo section.
I'm almost 30. I would regret every single one I would have gotten. So I'm glad my parents never let me.
Aaliyah, what is
Woman with face tattoos says she doesn't regret any of them. Her whole arm is blacked out because she covered up something on her arms. Claims not to regret any of them though.
the tattoo that you regret doing?
This girl I know wanted me to tattoo her kid's dad's name on her, and I am very aware that they were always on and off, and they are permanently off. I did the tattoo, and it haunts my dreams.
Dude, her eyes are so big.
Yeah, what's sad to
Off.
me is
I
that like
regret doing.
the girls here were like cute and they just like ruined themselves with this nasty shit.
Yeah, when girls have like a sleeve or something on their arm, I think of them as like the Aryan Brotherhood. Like you're transcended being like a woman or something.
Yeah, like you're marked property, whether it's like a demon or whatever else. Like I don't.
No, one.
It's just a shame and just wasted. Like, then part 2 is from this same channel, and it's women giving their opinions of what hot tattoos on guys are. I haven't watched this one yet.
Those thin eyebrows are retarded too. They shave their eyebrows and then draw them on with a line.
The dog pill strikes again. She thinks the hottest tattoos a guy can have is a dog tattooed on him.
Was that a terrier?
I don't know. I think it's a bull terrier. It's an ugly fucking thing.
Yeah, I think they bred it weird. They bred it strange.
Just put a dog on yourself so that the woman has something to stare at. She can stare at your dog tattoo while she's, feigning pleasure during coitus. Like,
Hawkeye tattoo is color traditional and neck tattoos.
neck tattoos. It's always like the most extreme shit. Like, yeah, if you want me, you gotta tattoo like Baphomet on your face. I think that's great. It's just horrible. We got this snake necklace too. You know what? At least she's honest with what she is, and she's not wearing a cross.
Neck tattoos. Symmetrical cyber hip feline tattoos.
What? What?
Does that look like something a straight man would get?
No, it doesn't. Like, this lady's just trolling. She's trying. You know what it looks like? It looks like the fucking womb tattoos in hentai that like the tentacle monster like puts on the girl to mind control her. But instead, she's like recommending this gay shit to dudes to try to help them get laid. I am kind of curious about the positioning though. It does kind of mimic a V taper. But that's
Hey, apparently Eschenfelder has a naked tattoo, like a naked woman tattooed on him, on his stomach or chest or something.
Dude,
What do we think about that?
Dude, it probably works. For a period of time I was wearing, they know that like old skateboard brand Hookups?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, they have like very lewd, like almost anime girl style like depictions. I bought like a bundle of like 10 hookup shirts on eBay, and I was just wearing them everywhere. And some of them are like ridiculous. It's just like some like anime girl just putting her fucking toes in your face, and I'd wear that like in different places, and I'd get actually positive reactions from it. It worked as like a repellent to boomers. They didn't want to interact with me. Guys laughed at it, and women were like, I don't know, it put the ball in my court in social situations because it made them like uneasy around me, and it's like it gave me the control of I get to control the
You had a
direction that
psychological
yeah,
advantage.
it gave me the psychological edge. It put them in I knew where it put them mentally, which normally I don't know how a woman's going to react to me, but if I'm wearing something like that, I can kind of guess better.
You want making people feel uneasy? There's this shirt I got. I don't know why. I got there's this. I have a Nazi shirt that I got like on some site. I don't know how they listed it, but I had to get it because it was like I can't believe they listed it. And I got this Louis Farrakhan, like this Million Man March, like this. I guess these niggas they coalesced somewhere. And once I wore that Farrakhan shirt in the mall, the blacks didn't understand because it was beyond their time. They're too young for it or whatever. But the scorn I got from like the old like white haired like Betty boomers, it was insane. Like only from them. Like they were like disgusted with that. I don't know. Yeah, it was funny.
Get like
Your
a
shirt kind of defines you. It can be like the social make or break.
Mhm.
I remember this boomer. He was it was during COVID lockdowns, and he was standing outside of a Tim Hortons, or like he was with all these other boomers. Some of them had a lawn chair and a motorcycle in the parking lot, and his shirt said, "No mask, don't ask," and his gut was
my man.
I'm like, dude, that's so fucking base, dude, and it barely fit him too. It was so tight.
It's like he could only get it in that size, but insist on wearing it anyway.
Oh man, and he's like standing there smoking a cigarette with his fucking belly, talking to all these boomers. He looked like Tank Abbott.
I love how it's like that's a hard hitting line though, because it's like it says not only am I not gonna do what you want me to do, I'm not gonna listen to your protests about it either. Like it just short circuits the whole interaction with like the normies know that they're walking into a confrontation if they try to get him to do that.
It's almost like a threat.
Yeah, oh yeah, it is. It's like social terrorism.
Anything on the neck?
Oh no.
Anything trad as well? American trad, Japanese trad. They love trad.
Okay.
I think she's Jewish, dude. She's definitely.
We've got a Jewish woman without any tattoos here, tattooing people and fucking them up with ink, while she doesn't have any herself.
That's interesting because this is the first time we've seen one without tattoos, and she happens to be a Jew. He happens to be a Jew. Like, come on.
She doesn't drink the Kool-Aid, drink the poison.
It's like how Israel is for like diversity for thee, but not for me.
Tattoos for thee, but not for me. Neck tattoos for thee, but not for me.
The cherry on top is the Kabbalah earrings.
And the Elton John glasses.
Oh yeah.
Big back piece.
Oh, it's a fucking
big backs. We love the big back pieces. This is just more insane advice. And why are they asking a gay guy? Gay guy. This guy's got like a fucking like leather like hairy bear fetish, which is why he's talking big back piece. In his mind, he's not even thinking like anything about tattoos. He just hears the word big back and starts drooling.
Big back piece.
I would say anything.
She's still masked. When did this come out? Oh, a year ago? Imagine being the only person masked up in a fucking tattoo place. Like, literally getting thousands of punctures in your skin a minute. And, like, still only one person feels it necessary to wear a mask. If anywhere, like a tattoo shop, they wear plastic gloves, right? Like, they should have to wear a mask while they're doing it, too. Make them wear fucking hazmat suits. So there's no cross-contamination. Make them dress up like a fucking surgeon.
With barbed wire or neck tattoos. Yeah.
Oh my god, 3 women go with neck tattoos, and some bitch in the background going, yeah, to the neck tats. Crazy. So you heard it here, the shortcut to getting women is neck tats.
It's gonna become really weird when it's just more women with neck tats than like whenever this image of the guy with them, like that's displayed on the like screen.
Number 1 comment is black pilled. Remember, the tattoos do not make you a hot guy. Being a hot guy makes you a hot guy. Good, somebody beat us to it.
Do you think you have time to read the replies to that comment? I'm sure there's some like norm fags coping in the comments.
So I have to stay an ugly guy. Understood. Exactly this. The same way dad tattoos don't make you a dad. No, you can get way more attractive by having tats. But it doesn't make you attractive, just looks cooler. Maybe not you, but for a lot of people it does. Thank God, because I was not getting a neck tattoo.
Those people are retarded because you could just like get a test run, and they're like spics that sell like these fake tattoos. You could probably find them online, $20 a pop, and just
No, I'm
try your
surprised,
luck.
dude. I'm surprised that isn't a bigger industry. I'm
No one
surprised
does it.
guys,
No one does
dude.
it, dude.
That's
Yeah.
so smart. Like, just get the fucking fake tat, try it out.
And then wear a sleeveless top or what? Or I mean, wear something like a cardigan that covers up like your tats, but you would fool the woman to thinking like you have them or whatever until you pulled it off.
Fake tats and a fake ankle monitor maxing. If that doesn't get you results, I don't know what will.
I actually saw a video of a black guy with a fake ankle monitor like at a club. He was like picking up women,
Yeah,
and this
I
other
don't
guy,
doubt it. I don't doubt it.
yeah, this other guy like ran up on him and like fucking started like he like exposed him for being fucking fake, and like the women like left him.
The women left. No, the women left him
Yeah,
for
the
fake
women
ankle
didn't want him
monitor.
in after that.
Wear a fake wedding ring, fake ankle monitor, and fake neck tats.
That
The triple
wedding ring
threat.
is like Seinfeld coded. Like shit.
Just hit all the notes.
Go to the next one, or just play the rest of this.
I mean, that's the end of it. It just
Yeah,
moves
yeah.
up
Alright,
to
alright.
this. Fake gold teeth. Ankle monitors equal baby daddy material. Okay, so I got some news articles here too.
You're gonna inspire.
Hmm? Can inspire what? You
I
cut
was
out.
just gonna say you're gonna inspire a new generation of wiggers.
I hope so. Deploy the wiggers. I mean, this is kind of the Steve Hoka stuff. Gen Z is ditching college for more secure trade jobs, but building inspectors, electricians, and plumbers actually have the worst unemployment.
You mind DMing this to me?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I had an experience with this, with the kind of like fake like maxing, right? The way you test if you're properly scuzz maxed, okay? When you got it, the way you do a test run, okay, when to know that you look like an actual shitbag, is go into a store, okay? Go into a store that has asset protection and walk to the back corner of the store. If people follow you there, you are scuzz maxed enough to probably attract women. I had this happen once when I went to Harbor Freight, okay? I was in my full Scuzzmax fit. I went to the back corner, and this like lady in her 40s or 50s, like I kind of thought she was following me, so I just changed aisles a couple times to see if she'd follow me more, and she did. And I turned around and walked up to her and I said, "Hi, I'm not stealing. I just look like a shitbag because women like it." And she actually got so embarrassed and turned around and left me alone. But she didn't have any kind of a rebuttal for it. So seems to be the case. But yeah, Gen Z is ditching college for more secure trade jobs, but have building inspectors, electricians, and plumbers actually have the worst unemployment. I imagine HVAC has got to be in there as well. I don't think that, you just get handed a really good HVAC job. So the trade meme seems to have already be top 10 worst entry-level jobs. Welder, computer numeric control machine programmer, mechanical drafter, automotive mechanic, boiler maker, emergency dispatcher, architectural drafter, telecommunications technician, benefits administrator, tool and die maker. And some of these you think would be good, like welder's the one they always tell you to go do. Just become a welder
No,
and go
I
work
do.
on
I'll
the
tell
oil
you,
sands.
welder is the worst one because one time I think I told you the story. You actually prepped me for this because you told me before I go to this trade school just to check it out. I was just gonna like make an assessment. You said that there's a different type of pay that these mechanics get. It's not like the typical
Flat
like
rate
per
pay.
hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically they give you like let's say you're like fixing a car. They'll give you 3 hours of that pay for that car, but it could like the amount of like tedious like inspection and like fixing like it could take you longer and you're not going to be compensated. And while I was at this trade school, again, it's a big racket. I went in there. There's a lot of like I mean, there's a lot of rural whites. I mean, no offense, they look like white trash, but what they do is they're actually some of them they're doing that Cummins engine. They're working on like these 18-wheelers. There is like a division, I guess they're
Yeah,
one of
heavy
the
duty.
best. Yeah, they'll work on that, but dude, it's just loaded with like sticks. It's just loaded to the brim, and it's so bad, dude. When I was there, and like, that I remember like I was just I was already came in there with a pessimistic mindset. I wasn't gonna like get a job. I think they kind of picked it up because like when I was she's sitting me down. She's like, "You're on your phone. You don't really care." But I was like, you know, I knew with the oversaturation, just seeing that, and dude, I saw a guy that
Did she
looked like
really say that?
I said it
She really
late.
said you're on your phone all day?
Yeah, during the orientation. But
You're
dude,
paying to go there, though.
yeah, I'll get to that. But yeah, dude, there was a guy like, dude, he looked like like Call of Duty Black Ops. He looked like a Navy SEAL. Like I never seen some guy that ripped. I was like, dude, I posted it. I was like, dude, this trades are full. You have a Navy SEAL operator like in the trades. But then yeah, I could find the image somewhere. But basically, dude, there was like. I was like, you know, she said, if you're gonna try anything, I was like, I guess I'll pick welding. And those classes were backed up like you would have to wait
Yeah.
like a year or so.
Because welding is what they started pushing like 10, 15 years ago. Like,
But was that just baiting into hazard though? Because welding is one of the first of all, it's one of the worst jobs that like people. So this guy in the chat saying, just stare at an arc all day, bro. And it's like number two, it's so bad for your lungs that all these guys develop COPD.
Yeah,
Number
like,
three,
the industry has moved to like using respirators because it's so bad. Like you have to carry around this whole fucking thing on your back now and wear a gas mask while you weld if you're doing it all day long.
Because all the old heads died, right? Like all of them, not just like all of them fucking die, right? And the thing too is that machines weld. To my understanding, I'm not a welder, but I worked with a guy who welded most of his life, and he's like, yeah, machines fucking far surpass human welds. Like,
yeah, and there's laser welding is coming now too. China is making like mass
the whole thing's
manufactured
human
laser
obsolescence.
welding. Yeah.
It obsolesced. Welding almost completely obsolesced welders is saved for very special niche types of weld because the machine has a perfect what do they call it? Like when you weld, whatever. The
Perfect control, perfect bead, perfect
Yeah.
timing on like the pulse and the amperage, perfect
Exactly.
penetration. It knows exactly how much heat to use, exactly how much filler material to use or not use.
It's like it's almost like the equivalent of humans playing chess, like with a computer. It's just not even fucking close. So there's no point. And then you have all the insurance and stuff when people get sick and get cancer. Welding's done for. It's fucking obsolesced.
That makes it interesting because they talk about the sometimes you see on TikTok or they'll be like showing these jobs like these guys on ships and they'll say, hey, look at this guy, he goes underwater and he's like welding on this oil rig. And what if those jobs, those are like old clips, they're just transitioned to like robots. Don't even need those people anymore.
On the topic of flat rate pay, this is a video that I watched I think earlier today, and he does a really good breakdown. On a lot of these jobs, the technology has actually made them make less money. Like he uses oil changes as an example, but you can extrapolate this out to everything else.
So why does a mechanic who has to grab the car, bring it in, put it up on the hoist, get paid 18 minutes to do an oil change? They got to take off a skid pan. A lot of time they got to do a cartridge filter. They got to do a full inspection. Now we're required to grab our phones and do a full detailed video walk around of the vehicle. On top of that, send it in on our dime if you're not using their internet. Then you got to do an electronic report. The video, the paperwork, getting the vehicle in, And doing all this administration stuff is well over 12 minutes before you've even started the oil change. And then a mechanic still has to do the oil change.
And that's just something simple like an oil change. Like back in the day, boomers, they just have like a little piece of paper to fill out, like vehicle in good condition, list any pre-existing damage, like you're like picking up a rental at U-Haul or Enterprise or something. Like now it's like, oh, you got to film the whole thing because the customer's going to try and scam us and pretend that, you know, it came in with 4 flat tires or didn't, you know, right? Like they're just fucking lying about it. And shops are horrible with this.
Yeah, that trade school, it's a total gimmick, and they try to entice people by saying, they'll pay for your tooling. But yeah, when I disclosed that like flat pay thing, I think what set the woman off and led to her like quickly ushering me out the office is when I got her on something bad that you said. I said, it's probably better to work at McDonald's because with this flat pay thing, I'd be getting a better wage there, and that made her like agitated. And then here's where she fucked up. She pulled up these like the average pay in the given area at these shops because I said, hey, how come you don't have on hand like the average pay that you're gonna get out of the like job? Because they basically like how they entice these people, they say, hey, after you work here, you're gonna get placed at the local dealerships like Porsche or Mercedes, these flashy names. So I was like, yeah, what is the pay? And then first off, she said, we can't disclose this. And it's like, we're like not liable. We're held liable. We can't like send you astray or tell you like a good pay rate or like an average pay rate because, if there's a discrepancy, we could be like litigated or something. But she pulled up the average pay rate and it was $14 an hour. And like I was like, she was like fucking pissed off that like someone even asked for that. But yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. And that's the thing.
That's the money you're making. You're gonna be expected to put in like at least $5,000-$10,000 of your own money into tools. You're going to have to go to school if you ever want to get above that wage because you're going to need to be ticketed to command any kind of actual money if you're being paid by the hour. The vehicle's getting more complicated, harder to diagnose every year. You need more tools, more training. And at the end of all that, you get to work in a shop that isn't air conditioned because they don't want to spend the money for it. Gonzalez in the stall next to you is going to be starting and running vehicles with all the doors closed because he doesn't understand carbon monoxide poisoning.
Yeah, it's also the investment is the main
You know
thing.
what, too?
It's 9 to 6. You have to go to that place 9 to 6 for a fucking year. And I was like, it doesn't warrant this if I'm getting this shit pay. So yeah.
The thing too, I think there's pretty good grounds for these class action lawsuits because they're licensing all of these trades professionals, but they know there's no demand there. Like you can't just keep printing these certifications when you know that there's no economic demand. Like you're pretending that it's same thing going back to that guy before that was like, we're gonna round up these people and make them get jobs. It's like, okay, what job though?
Just walk on down to the
Same
job.
Thing. We're all gonna go to
pluck
trade
one
school.
off.
That's
okay,
what
but
they
is it?
do. Yeah. I'm having that.
You
with
know
my
that your
family.
industry doesn't have. You know that you've. It's almost like if an airliner was selling way more flights to people than there were seats on the planes.
Yep.
And then the people were like, "Well, I'm missing these planes." They're like, "Well, we're not giving a refund." It's like, yeah, but you oversold you oversaturated the market and you still continued to sell certifications knowing that you can't do that.
Yeah. This is an argument I guess I'm getting in with my family. I'm mentioning the phrase demographically improbable. And I think you got in it on YouTube, you got in it with a black guy. You got in an argument with a black guy and he was saying, you said to him, hey, just because I can't get access to the NBA doesn't mean that I'm not tall. It's just that it's demographically improbable. Even if you have this is like a mode of like people that are like average IQ of like 120. If there's not enough vacancies, you can't get the job. And the issue is my brother. He's whatever engineering. he did better than me at schooling, but it's like he's using the survivorship bias. He's first year, and he's saying, "Hey, you know, you like I know these outliers of these people that got these jobs and whatever." I'm like, I'm waiting for the train to hit you, and it's like for people like my mother got laid off, and it's like I was trying to reference her. I'm like, "Hey, what was the point of acquiring all those certifications, all this shit for the past 5 years, if there's just not enough vacancies?" And these people, they're living through some like recency bias of an earlier period, or they haven't been through the actual market themselves. And it's like, yeah, you look at Indeed. It's just simple like supply and demand. If there's like a fucking 100 people, you know, you're not gonna get that job. But these people, they're still believe in some illusion of you can out merit the system, the meritocracy. It should probably be said multiple times, but it's like I don't know how these people. It doesn't get through to these people, and I just,
The
just think
job
it's
will just exist for you. It'll just exist for you somehow that they never explain. It's like it'll just pop into existence when you need it.
While we're on the topic of jobs, I've kept this one around too. I'm sure you guys remember that article or that Twitter post from a couple months ago where the father was bragging about his son and how he makes 70K a year doing at UPS, and he's in great shape and has a hot girlfriend who's 5 years or 10 years older than him or something, and all the commenters were just clowning him for letting his son be a cuck and date like an old roasty. He ended up deleting the post, but here it is now. UPS, I think, took offense at that kind of normalization, or that kind of depiction of their company.
Setting the expectations.
Yeah. They didn't want people to think that it, has the possibility of having a good career there, so they slashed it. UPS slashes 20,000 roles and offers huge buyouts. And
because isn't that what they would say? They would show some old guy, tenured guy on a UPS van. He'd wear like the khaki shorts, whatever, and he'd be smiling. They would say, "Hey, you can be this guy, and he makes $45 an hour." And it used to be like, yeah, to make that wage though, you would have to be doing it for 20 years. But now it seems like they don't want to give that impression, like you said, that you could be that guy, so they're cutting that shit.
Dude, do you know how stupid a UPS route would be? Like just some of the places that you would find yourself during the day. It's retarded. There's almost no compensation that's worth doing that at a certain point. There are certain truck runs, people that haven't done delivery jobs in these where you're out on a vehicle and you're timed, right? It's like even for $100 an hour, doing something like this becomes hard to justify. It's ridiculous. The job itself is absurd. If you're able to do it, it's because your soul dies, and then you just kind of settle into this weird autopilot thing.
Yeah, they say the worst jobs are those type of jobs like Amazon. It's basically hell. Everyone recognizes that those jobs is hell. Delivering like 300 packages.
Dude, when I worked at Amazon, I swear to God, the people working there were like modern day slaves, and they probably had it worse than like actual cotton pickers. I'm not even kidding. Like these people, I don't know how they ended up there, but for whatever reason I was left with the impression that this is the only job these people are allowed to have, and it's like this or they go to prison. Like I felt like that was the decision they were given. Like, you know how some people, they get like a sentence and their choices, you can go join the military if you don't want to do jail. That's what every person I was working with at Amazon felt like interacting with them. Like they were there as some kind of like an alternative punishment.
But what people are starting to realize, and again, I catch a lot of flack for this. I remember my brother at his last job, his boss told him, he said, "Do you have a roof over your head? Do you have food?" And my brother said, "Yeah, but chattel slaves had that. So what are you saying here?" Like, and beyond that, people are starting to realize that it may not be that bad to go to prison compared to working at some of these jobs. It may not be that bad to be homeless, and it may not be that bad to just face the rope either. Sometimes those three options are better than the kind of wage caging.
Dude, I just had one of these articles. Where is it? Here it is.
Yeah,
they're waking up to the fact that they're like, "Oh my God, dude, I would literally just get to hang out and play checkers and chill and do
Look at how prescient this article is to the topic at hand. 2 days ago. People are now paying to be prisoners, all for peace, quiet, and a break from life. Well, guess you know you can do it for free.
Yeah. No, imagine that. They're like, yeah, you don't.
And where
You're
is
not
this?
going to
Where
be
is
a
this
house
popular?
rotter anymore.
It's popular in South Korea. Welcome to Prison Inside Me, a mock jail nestled in the quiet hills of Hongcheon, South Korea. Since opening its doors in 2013, it has drawn thousands of guests in search of one thing: total escape.
Prison's not, and to again, I think the whole thing about like, oh, everybody gets butt raped, everybody gets, you know what I mean, extorted, and then you have like Trailer Park Boys where they had to kick them all out of jail because it's like, oh, they wanted to finish the badminton tournament. And yeah, I think it's I don't know, man. I'm skeptical about like how bad.
Dude, there was a
really
guy who I was talking to, Kevin, you know where I'm gonna go with this. This is an anecdote of this guy, and he told me like jail, like the whole thing with the prison rape, it's overblown, and basically how it is, or like not, it's not prison, it's jail. First off, there's a distinction. Maybe in prison these things go on, but not in jail. But basically, initially you're put in these holding cells, and they jostle you around, and they make it really long because the whoever's like managing you, they want to accrue the most hours. So after that's done, you have to strip down and then change into whatever the jail suit. And that's where the gays, like if you have that job where you're like telling a guy to strip down, that's the gay person, but that they're confined to that. And even says there's like a green manual that they give you, and they say, hey, it's more likely the security guards try to like do something like homosexual than anyone there. But actually in the jail, the guy was telling me, he's saying, you know, it's a paradise. You have like everyone there, whatever, different races. He told me there was this instance where you had these like old like Gandalf like white guys, and they're getting rolled off their wheelchair like by black dudes, and like there's no like racial tension anything. And he was saying like, dude, there were niggas like they had a chessboard out, they couldn't finish the chess game because yeah, obvious reasons. But they basically what happens is these guys are all jolly, and they get like they get to use these iPads, and the iPads keeps them preoccupied. I think they have to pay like 7 cents a minute. But again, it's a utopia for these type of people that would otherwise like be homeless.
Most
So
men, dude, let's
yeah.
say you set up something like this in jail, right? They had an arm wrestling tournament. It might maybe isn't for everybody, but some people like they could get really into that. Like it would get them by. They're like, yeah, cool, man. I'm gonna go into arm or the chess tournament, or I'm gonna read the Bible cover to cover. And they would kind of just
Oh, that's the
like
funny thing. Like these
it's not
niggas,
bad. When you're
the guy,
waging, you don't have time for that stuff. You don't have time.
That's why they stopped
yeah,
letting
yeah.
people get educations in prison, though.
I don't think they have libraries. I
Yeah,
think they
no,
only have
because
the
you
Quran,
used
the
to
Quran
be
and the
able to
Bible.
focus on it without any distractions and actually better yourself in that.
What was
Ted
that movie, dude?
Kaczynski, just to say one thing for a minute, Ted Kaczynski wrote a book, actually surprisingly not very long ago. I think he wrote it in like 2018. It was called Anti-Tech Revolution, Why and How, and he wrote it from jail. And he said there in the book, he didn't have very much to read in there. So he's like, sometimes people had to tell him stuff over the phone. Like he would call someone that he talks to on the phone and be like, hey, can you get me some information about like the Cold War? Or can you, because they were like not letting this guy read books and stuff like he needed to. Very few books to choose from, he said.
On something to add for that, on the topic of like education, there was an article that came out. I don't have it saved, but they were talking about how like the younger generation is committing crimes at such a lower rate that prisons are in risk of going bankrupt because they don't have enough people to fill them in the upcoming years, like in the next couple decades. All the current prisoners are most of them are either going to be released or dead. And the rate in which that they're arresting people is not sufficient to keep those jails profitable.
Fort Goon's gonna be popping up all over the country. I think you could actually sell this as an idea. You know, I think like you couldn't call it Fort Goon, but I think if you took this and like, you know, if you went to these people preaching, we got to get these 35-year-old men off the video games, and you told them like, hey, you know, like I want to turn this into like a work camp to rehabilitate young men and give them a sense of purpose and teach them how to do HVAC work. I think you could get like unlimited funding, and then the guy arrives thinking that it's gonna be
Because
like
it pays for itself.
yeah, he thinks it's gonna be like Auschwitz when he gets there, and instead you like hand him a Mountain Dew and show him to his gaming pod.
Yeah, you're like, yeah, we meet every Wednesday for cards. There's the fucking pull-up bar.
Yeah,
Here's your bed.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, man, people are starting to realize they're waking up to the fact that wage cucking is literally it's the worst thing in the whole world. It's worse than roping yourself. It's worse than sleeping in the park. Because there's advantages. There's so many advantages to being homeless. You don't have shelter, but you don't have any kind of economic obligation or stressors anymore.
Who's that guy
And
who used to interview Stream of Consciousness? He said he was gonna be homeless, but he said it's bearable if you have a car. It sucks if you have a fucking rucksack and you have to like go around. I don't know what happened to that guy, but yeah.
I got another article to play on this topic while we're discussing waging. While some of us are like struggling along to make a paycheck, like whistleblowers allege high school-like workplace inside federal program. Who do you think's actually running this thing after they give the description of who was responsible for this?
I didn't feel like I was there to work. I felt like I was there to kind of hang out and socialize.
This former employee, whose identity we have agreed to protect for fear of repercussions, says working at the Vaccine Injury Support Program felt like high school.
There was definitely no shortage of phones out, watching YouTube. The slushy machine was cool. Ping pong was definitely a regular thing.
The federal government hired a company called Oxaro to run the program and paid them $50.6 million. Global News spoke with more than a dozen current and former Oxaro employees, whose comments included working there was a joke, with drinking Fridays, inexperienced underpaid staff who weren't properly trained.
I don't think anyone actually understood the severity or the relevance of the program that was being contracted to the firm.
The Vaccine Injury Support Program, or VISP, was created to provide financial support to people who are seriously and permanently injured by vaccines. People like Ross Whiteman.
They're just doing a piss poor job of supporting the vulnerable.
A former commercial pilot and realtor, Ross was diagnosed with Guillain-Barré syndrome after receiving his COVID vaccine, a rare but recognized side effect. His claim was among the first to be approved by VISP. And yet 4 years later, every day is a fight against his body and the program.
At the moment, I'm probably out about $25,000.
In its policy for VISP, the Public Health Agency of Canada said the injured will have fair and timely support. But Ross Whiteman waited nearly a year and a half while unable to work for a full injury payout. 3 more months for income replacement, and still regularly battles the program for his medical expenses.
It could take a month. It could take 12 months.
Some former workers say there was no sense of urgency.
There was an amount of work you were expected to finish.
Every day.
And you weren't hitting those targets.
No, probably well below.
What was lost in the program were the people.
They were merely names on paper, nothing more than that.
Today, Ross Whiteman is on his 7th case manager. He's lost his health, his savings, and perhaps worst of all, he's lost hope.
We're such a small group of people, I just feel like it's on to the next one.
In a statement, Oxaro said this is a new program, and it aims to provide a process that ensures all cases are treated fairly and with the same care, respect, and due diligence. It says its timelines depend on each case's nature and complexity. Carolyn Jarvis, Global News.
I have two schools of thought about this. On the one hand, I could picture the people working there as being like, you know, the Gen Z boss in a mini 5'6" with an attitude, sort of, you know, workers, in which case I'm very anti it, and I can see why this guy's like snitching out of spite because he had to work around all these bossy Beckys that, you know, socially excluded him and kept asking him if he had a girlfriend and what his plans for the weekend are. Alternatively, I prefer to imagine it as a bunch of anti-vax chuds that scammed the government for 50 mil and sat around drinking slushies all day and playing ping pong while ignoring the plight of the vax maxers that were trying to get benefits for taking their jabbies. Either way, I have a hard time feeling bad for this guy, okay? You're a pilot and a real estate agent, and you're too fucking stupid to know that you shouldn't take the experimental juice.
That's something. I don't know what this will take on it. I don't care if it's spiteful or ableist. I just think when I see these guys, whatever he's paraplegic, or he eats like the guy can't do fuck all, and it's like, does this guy deserve to get like disability? Or should he just be euthanized? And like the people that should be subsidized are the able-bodied people. That's that dashboard thing that I tweeted out or whatever. That's what I'm talking about.
Drop him off at the safe injection site and wipe your hands.
Yeah.
The guy in the chat's like, they turned him into Walt Jr. from Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
Well, you know, in terms of like giving assistance to the needy, you know, I think we can kind of relate this to farmers. When farmers were back in the day, you know, you put a couple seedlings, right? You know, what do? You choose the biggest seedling and you just remove the others. You don't remove the small seedlings and leave the big seedling alone and give fertilizer to the small seedlings. You give the fertilizer to the big, you know, seedling, which has the best genetics. That's the one that's going to produce. So, you know, that's who you subsidize. You don't subsidize the useless eaters.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's the human exceptionalist paradigm. It's like you have to accept the worst dredges, where for anything else, you would have no problem. Like if a toaster didn't work anymore, you wouldn't be like, well, maybe we can find other ways to put this to good use. Don't just get rid of it just because it doesn't toast bread. No one would make that argument. But when it comes to humans, there's, oh, no, we can't do that with people. And then you ask them to explain why. Like, why exactly can't we? And then they're, oh, you just don't. If you think that, you're just fucking, you must be a sociopath. Like,
while we're laughing at the expense of people that probably deserve it, this one was, you know, had me rolling too.
Montreal man suspected of leading Canada's largest grandparents scam network has been arrested. The RCMP says real estate developer Gareth West is now in custody. He has been accused of defrauding American seniors out of $30 million. CBC News published an investigation last month detailing West's alleged criminal activity. Matthew Lapierre has been following all of the developments from Montreal. Now, Matthew, tell us more about this alleged scam network.
Right. Well, there's a couple things that make this alleged scam network really interesting, and one of them is just how prolific it's alleged to have been. West is allegedly the head of a scam network that employed about 24 people who operated out of scam call centers in the Montreal area.
He's making jobs because boomers won't.
Now, these scammers allegedly targeted American seniors exclusively and ran a complex series of money laundering operations.
Look at him! Look at the guy who's like, actual Chad is responsible for starting up a whole business to scam boomers. Fuck Andrew Tate, fuck Aaron Clarey. Okay, I want to read a book from this guy. I want to listen to his podcasts. I want to hear what kind of instructions he has for me. Okay, this is somebody I can respect. Okay, if he's not at the gym pumping the iron, if he's not making business deals on the phone, he's scamming the fuck out of boomers. Please. Give me the cheat code, sir. Yeah, the actual Chad of the year. And, like, I can't help but feel like they depicted him like this, like, intentionally. Like, you know how when a hot teacher fucks a student, they pick, like, her best pictures to show it? Like, they couldn't have depicted this guy better. Like, they got him with a pump on, like, he's looking seriously at the camera. They got him, like, in the suit with the phone going, all corporate style.
Listening, guys.
Yeah.
series of money laundering operations to get the money back into Canada, where West is
He's on
alleged
the
to
phone while he's
have laundered
coming
it
out
through
of it.
real estate.
And Matthew,
She's
so
on the
this
phone with
man
an old
presented
lady.
himself as a wealthy real estate developer. What did you find out during your investigation?
Well, that's right. So it looks like to us West ran a double life. Now, on one side, publicly, he presented himself as a wealthy real estate developer. He ran this company called West Developments, which bought and sold real estate and flipped properties both in the Montreal area and in southern Ontario.
Western Decline Developments
But it looks like
LLC
to us,
is open
our
for
investigation
business.
found that West became much more wealthy around the time that this alleged grandparent scam is alleged to have begun operating. Now, around that time, he bought some apartment complexes in southern Ontario worth millions of dollars, and he paid for some of them in cash. All this time, West was also living a luxury lifestyle. He was traveling the world. He was filming himself on social media on yachts.
This guy in the chat, the last thing a boomer sees.
He enjoyed extreme sports. He really had a flair for luxury. And if the allegations against him are true, it looks like a lot of the money that West was spending, both on property and on his lifestyle, came from the proceeds of this grandparent scam.
It appears he wasn't working on his own. Tell us about this alleged member of the scam that continues to be on the run. What happens next?
Right, so there is still one alleged scam network member who is on the run. Now, we don't know where that person is. In fact, until today, we weren't sure where West was. He had been on the run since March when the other alleged members of the scam were arrested. Now, West was arrested today in Quebec, and he will face extradition proceedings along with the other members of the scam. Essentially, U.S. prosecutors want the scam members brought to the United States, where their victims allegedly were. There, they face charges of conspiracy to commit money laundering, conspiracy to commit wire fraud, and if convicted of those crimes, some of the scam members could face up to 40 years in prison.
What I find so funny about that too is it's like white collar crime, you know, like it's like high IQ scamming. He's not like muscling people out. He's not like extorting people. He's just outsmarting retarded boomers. We gotta find that picture of him with the hat on again. That was insane.
I don't know if you guys ever had this thought, but when you get all these scam calls from the Packies, it's like, what if they hired me though to do this? Because obviously they're asking, like, what if they hired like a verbal IQ, like Lowen Hib or you or me, to just hang out on the phone all day? I would probably be 100 times more effective than a G, easily.
Yeah, I was.
And they
thinking
already
about
have the
that. I'm used to
infrastructure.
the rigmarole with these guys calling, and I'm like, hey, maybe if you
Yeah, but
don't,
you're used to
maybe
being
if
on
I-
the receiving end. But I'm like, listen, guys, maybe we can work something out. You guys got the infrastructure, and I got like the gift of gab here. Let's like put your boss on the phone. I'm looking for work.
Because where they fuck up is they try to get you to answer these like useless questions to like basically confirm that whatever your age or your what you have on your resume is correct. And it's like, why? If you didn't ask me those questions, maybe I would just like answer your first two. But the fact that you make it long-winded and whatnot, the whole like
And they can't
intervention,
produce.
I don't want to do it.
They can't produce a single person that doesn't have a Pagey accent at any of these scam centers. So you would be, you would be the, like, you could just clean up on that.
Imagine posting a picture of this fucking unit and telling people what he did and expecting people to not like want to emulate this behavior. I would buy a seminar from this guy and not to, hear what his routine is for lifting weights. I want to figure out how he did what he did so I can elevate and improve upon it.
He made the gains from the scams. Like, he wasn't lifting to get that.
The last thing the boomer sees right here.
There's probably like Chinese in Canada. There's probably Chinese in Canada, like foreigners doing this in like Vancouver, and they're not getting like the same like vitriol directed towards them. Or they're going under the radar or something.
I love how he's not smiling in any of these pictures. It's like he doesn't he doesn't take pleasure in scamming the boomers. For him, it's a necessary evil. He's simply getting his.
Yeah, I
Imagine,
wonder how a
imagine
sentence
like,
pans out. I think with white collar crime, you can get it like waived off. Like the prisons may not be as bad. Like, I don't know. Might be like
I
bullshitting.
know Chael Sonnen did like property like fraud, and he didn't even get any jail time.
Mm.
But just
Well,
imagine if some some like retarded grandkid wants to get like revenge for his gam, and he's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna find this scammer and totally kick his ass, and this is the guy he runs into.
It's most of the crimes, it sounds like, were things he did like after the initial scam, like money laundering and embezzling and stuff like that. It wasn't necessarily the victimizing these boomers.
Tell me you wouldn't watch a movie about this guy where like that son that of one of the boomers that comes after him meets him and actually gets trained by him to be his like protege. Speaking of which, there's another movie plot that we never got but we should have. Fuck, where is it? Here it is.
by the way, do you want to watch that fucking dinosaur shit sometime, or what the fuck? You said there's some dinosaur movie. I don't know. Another time.
Dude, imagine we're gonna get a gay black James Bond, but make James Bond an alcoholic drug addict. He hates women. Matthew Good's really dark 007 pitch got him dropped from Casino Royale auditions. This would have been movie of the century, okay? This would have made Joker look like pussy shit if they gave us a chud James Bond that hates women. That would have, dude. People would have actually. People are going and dressing up to go see like the Minions movie or like screaming at fucking Minecraft movies. Imagine the cult following this would have had.
But instead, they got this like mixed race mulatto like Oreo. Open that image I just DM'd you. Oh, that's hilarious. Open that image. I DM'd you on Discord.
Yeah, I got it. Just. Instead, we get this. Like, think of what could have been. Like, they robbed us. Bro, I would have actually went to the theater for that. Yeah, me too. Me too, man. We get this when we could have had this. Just a robbery. They won't allow the best movies to be made. They die while being pitched.
I think the James Bond films are the only thing that keeps like the British relevant at this point. I don't know.
I have to save this as a reaction image. I'm just gonna post this when I'm arguing with a boomer. I'm just gonna post that.
Like, yeah, if he's smart enough to reverse search it, he's gonna be in dismay. Yeah.
He's doing like the fucking what's it called? The Gumball Show or whatever the fuck, the World of Gumball, where that episode. What?
The cartoon, right?
Yeah. You know that episode where their dad Richard gets like really buff. He's doing the exact same fucking face as in the episode, if any of you guys have seen that.
Some guy in chat said Blue Steel. He does kind of look like that too. He looks like
Zoolander?
Yeah, he he looks
Search up Richard Waterson buff.
My face when I scam boomers for 30 mil.
Search up Richard Waterson buff.
The fuck?
Yeah, kind of. I see the resemblance.
Is that Cartoon Network still relevant? I don't know.
Dude, this is like one of the... I hadn't watched this before I played it. I just read the title, like Grandparents Scam Network, and I knew it would be funny. It was way better than I expected. I did not expect to find this in there. I mean, Boss is coping about how, yeah, actually, people are just binge-watching TV shows when they're working from home. They want more hours. They say they're not doing as much hours, but they never mention the actual productivity. I feel like they would if it was actually dipping.
Don't employees only actually like spend like 3 hours of actual productive time per
Yeah, it's like
day or something?
4. Yep. They call it on Twitter. This guy, he made his whole gimmick about it, like the 4HL or something like that. You're 4 hours a day that you're productive or something.
Yeah, like that's bosses are like actually like scientifically illiterate.
And this, I haven't been proud to be Canadian in quite a while, but this had me laughing. Now maybe there is some hope yet.
Commander Lieutenant General Michael Wright called the posts abhorrent, saying he was disgusted by the content. Senior military brass say the posts in the group featured racist, misogynistic, homophobic, and anti-Semitic comments and images. Known as the Blue Hackle Mafia, the group was allegedly comprised of members of the Cameron Highlanders, an Ottawa-based reserve infantry unit. Wright ordered any military members in the group to leave immediately and warned anyone engaging in such behavior should expect consequences. Military police say they opened a new investigation into the group on June 27th, just 2 days after the Army commander found out about the Blue Hackle Mafia. This isn't the first time military police looked into the group. It was reported in December of 2024. But the head of the military police says the disciplinary investigation was handed over from military police officers to the Highlanders' own chain of command. There is no information on whether any charges were laid or if administrative or disciplinary action was taken. Mercedes Stevenson, Global News, Ottawa. Comprised of members of the Cameron Highlanders Reserve Infantry Unit. Wright ordered any military members anti-Semitic
I love how this guy's got the shit-eating grin, saluting, while the captions underneath him: racist, misogynistic, homophobic, and anti-Semitic comments, and he's stifling a shit-eating grin while saluting. Now that's the soldiers I can be proud of right there. That's somebody I might actually enlist with. Private Chud and the boys.
The Chud frames.
What if this is some 5D chess to try and boost recruitment? Because it's working. I think it's working on me, guys.
Oh, they're pulling out all the stops.
I'm sold. We don't need new equipment. we don't need, higher pay. Okay, just let me post. Let me be with a bunch of other chuds and say whatever I want.
Look at all the ribbons, too. This guy's like decorated as
Yeah, he's like the meme of the guy taking his overcoat off with the 50 awards on it.
Except that guy like earned all those medals. This guy's probably never seen come.
Yeah, each medal here was earned getting banned from a different social media platform.
Oh, man.
Military service isn't as popular in Canada as it is in the US, huh?
No.
Well, for now,
in the US,
wait till this story
worship.
makes its rounds.
Yeah, they worship vets in the US. Like, I've never seen an instance of that in Canada. I don't even think I know anyone that's like a real vet. I don't even think
I knew this.
It's also because in the U.S. a lot of these whites they have it. It's like alma maters, like with colleges, like football colleges. They have this like military service passed down. So that's the thing. It permeates.
It's a family tradition.
Yeah,
it's so boyish. I don't know.
One of my childhood friends had he moved to Belgium. He was in the military as like a medic, but all I remember is his dad was like this huge fucking buff blonde guy. Like his biceps were like bulging out of his fucking shirt every time we went to like the fucking taekwondo class. I just remember seeing his dad walk into the class. His fucking biceps were just bulging out of his shirt.
Yeah, this guy in the chat, I would agree. military families are janissaries for Jews. It's kind of cringe. Like, now that we know every single war was fake, gay, and contrived, it becomes hard to. Like, it's disingenuous to still be a military
Yeah, like I'd
family.
rather salute these guys for their shit posts than anything any like war vet has done. Not even like ironically, not even just to be edgy. Like they've done more to protect their people with anti-Semitic comments in the group chat than than anybody did in
Yeah,
like
the over
participating in any world war.
It's
the
not aging well, like these military stock families or whatever. It's because we're retroactively going back and delegitimizing every single war that's ever
Yep.
occurred. We're like, dude, they were all super fucking gay.
Yeah,
I
because the
just saw
Overton window is
on
shift. Because
Insta today that the Navy SEAL, you know, the Navy SEAL Team 6 guy who shot Bin Laden, or like
yeah.
allegedly shot Bin Laden, he's like fucking like all the wars like were for Israel and they're all fake and gay.
So what he
Oh,
said?
it's kind of like Buzz Aldrin saying the fucking moon landing was gay.
Yeah, he was on Twitter. He was on Twitter saying like we all fought for like Israel or something.
Yeah, find that out.
That's why they installed all
that?
those red flag laws so they could disarm returning vets.
Didn't he post it on Twitter like a picture of that pyramid in Antarctica, and all he said was "it's evil," and then he like took it down.
Whoa.
Am I? Is that Buzz Aldrin?
I don't know.
He just said it's evil, and it was like the pyramid in Antarctica.
Fuck.
Oh, I gotta look that up.
I believe it.
Dude, the Overton window is shifted now, like on anything that's regarding like the military. You say, "Oh, we're not fighting wars for Israel," but dude, I don't care about these people that like flip flop because I know like 10, 15 years ago, when if you were to call it out for being bullshit, like the Saddam Hussein, there's no weapons of mass destruction. For some reason, it permeated the fabric of America to where like. If you'd be anti-American if you don't like stand for the flag. I mean, I'm not saying to Colin Kaepernick, but I don't know. These people were just beholden to like America, like imperialism or whatever. The neocons before they wouldn't like question it. And now since like there's more people that like question the Jews or whatever. And you see these edits like on Instagram now, and for some reason Instagram's not banning it. I think there's too much of it. Like, now people are on the other side. But before, people used to worship the military. They wouldn't question it. So that's the thing.
We gotta save this reaction image too. Finally, some heroics I can be proud of.
Yeah, he went to. What did they say? He went to Antarctica and said it was evil, and he had a heart attack or something after he came back. I forget. This is a long time ago.
There still hasn't been like how they used to say, "Hey, I got arrested because I was like veering close to Area 51." You never heard of anyone that like quote unquote got arrested or even tried or attempt to like go to Antarctica to see if there's anything beyond that or whatever.
Well, they
Like,
arrest. Don't they arrest people that do go out there? Right? You can't just.
Yeah, there's a guy that's been trying to take his sailing boat there, and like he's banned from even being in the port. Like if he's like like he can't even go to a port in like 50 different like nations. If they catch him there, it's like straight to prison. And it was interesting because the last time he attempted it, one of the places that let him dock and like knew they like gave him somehow he got a fake identity there, and he went and attempted it again was Chile.
Interesting.
that's just crazy. There's no
He was
freedom.
trying to go to Antarctica.
Yeah.
Yes, and he kept getting turned around by Navy and arrested and everything else there. There's a Chinese influencer flies plane for charity Antarctica. Okay. This just happened 4 days ago. Teen pilot influencer arrested after unauthorized landing in Antarctica. You're not allowed to fly there. I wonder why. You can kill yourself in the maid pod, but don't fly an airplane to a frozen, barren wasteland, allegedly. It's not allowed.
So wait, that's interesting, right? Let's say you're flying a plane. What's gonna happen? They're gonna like have like a two F-35s escort you, and if you don't listen, they're gonna shoot you down. Like I think that's what would happen. I don't know.
Yeah, they'll blow your ass out of the sky if you don't listen.
Yeah.
Because they consider you a hostile enemy.
Yeah.
I'm not speaking from knowledge here, but I would assume that planes are like even the amount of fuel that it's not like a car where you're just like, yeah, top it up.
Oh, and look, just like the other guy, right? Guo will remain in the Chilean sector of Antarctica until he's given permission by... It's Chile again! Chile's letting these people hang out there. It's just like the other guy with the boat. They were letting him sneak out of their port, and now this guy's... there's no way that it's just coincidentally the same people again.
Just more recently about topping out cars or whatever? Fuel?
Like the gas gets calculated to some extent, and then that's because they have to factor the weight of the fuel. It also factors into like the physics of the flight, right? And so it's not like a car where you're just like, oh, top it up till it clicks. And so they would already know like the route you've planned out, it's coordinated. If somebody went off of the flight path in like a very intentional way, it would immediately sound like every fucking alarm. Like it would immediately sound every alarm. They'd be like, that guy is not flying where he's supposed to be. But way before you got near any, like, and that's just not even Antarctica. That's in general. Like, you don't just say you're gonna fly somewhere and then fly somewhere else. That would be like a serious problem, I think.
Especially post 9/11, you'd expect them to be very paranoid.
Yeah. If they seen you deviating from your flight plan, they would probably be like ringing you up. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
They'd be sounding the interceptors.
Yeah, you wouldn't get near it. You wouldn't even get near Antarctica.
Do you still hold that belief, Caravan, that the Nazis are still alive? Kind of like, you know, that movie John Galt, they have like they're living in Hollow Earth, or they have some place where you know there's like a bubble shield.
I think it's a big cope.
Technology.
It's a big cope, but yes, I believe they are.
Are they at the top of the government? Do the government like subordinates to them, or are they like evading the government because they have like technology to like they're using the anti-gravity tech first of all with the UFOs, and then they can like camouflage themselves effectively to go into the radar.
I think that they're so far removed from, like they're like a breakaway civilization in the truest sense of the word, and what they have is so far like unbelievable to the average person that you wouldn't even like recognize it as like technology.
Because that testimonial you shared about this, it was that guy Admiral Byrd, he tried to enter the force field of something that may have been these people living in their own like echo chamber, or like a different world, and he was met with all this resistance to his aircraft. He couldn't change the controls; they could like levitate him, stuff like that. This is a testimony you shared a long time about this guy Admiral Byrd.
There's a book published by the same people that did Turner Diaries. Just trying to find the summary. You used to be able to buy this on fucking Walmart's website. Which was I thought
Walmart?
hilarious.
Yeah, Walmart has these books. It's crazy. Out of all places, Walmart.
It's one of those things, though, where I'd show people you could buy it on Walmart, but it says, survivors of the losing side from World War II form an underground resistance and make a long-term plan to challenge the new establishment. They adopt many of the tactics that were used against them before the war. They covertly started buying media power and building economic muscle, and after 100 years they make their move. The result is a conflict of critical importance and enormous proportions, a conflict they simply cannot lose if they are to survive. And there's a longer description, but it basically says, you know, after like 100 years of forced diversity, are Americans sick of it yet? was like the like plan of this book. Like that was their game plan, was to push diversity on America. And then they just give America the diversity that it fought for, and eventually there would come a time in the future where people would pray for them to reemerge.
What's the book's name?
A Serpent's Walk.
Serpent. Gonna have to buy that one.
Dude, imagine if they made imagine if they made a GI Joe cartoon based off the cover. That'd be fucking cool.
I mean, they basically did, right? Because this is called A Serpent's Walk, and who's the villains in GI Joe cartoons?
The Venom guy, whatever his name is. The snake, dude.
It's the Cobra Commander.
Yeah.
Like everything is related, okay? Like it all fucking it's all like associated. I don't know. It's fucking this is why I believe it, I think because there's so many things that tie together. But I'm pretty much wrapped up. I'm getting nagged by the boys to go do some stuff on World of Soycraft. So
yeah, all right.
If anybody has any closing remarks, I appreciate all the guests tonight. Excellent contributions. I appreciate most of the viewers. Some of you were retarded. Some of you are trolls. Okay? But most of you are cool.
I just saw Javelin V uploaded a video on YouTube while we were streaming here, so I'm going to go watch that. Everyone go subscribe to Javelin.
Will do. I'll check it out.
That's it. Yeah. All right, guys. Thanks for having me on here.
Oh, thanks for coming. And,
yeah, talk to you later.
Everybody here, everybody knows Chuddy and Crusade, Collective Dismal. And you should know, do you prefer Eminent Volk, Low and Hib Nigga, Black Pill Backshots?
I just use the Low and Hib one because that's the Twitter.
Black Pill Backshots makes me laugh when I say it, though. That's my favorite one to actually vocalize.
The only reason why I had that avatar was to spite the YouTube, because I got it bypassed, whatever, the fucking porn avatar, and I was like, yeah, fuck YouTube, they let me pass. And before I say that, there's something interesting that happened. So I have a proxy channel. This is other guy, he runs his YouTube channel, and we posted these YouTube shorts, and it would just be normal Black Pill content. But something happened where I don't know if I bridged the gap to the normies or something happened where with the titles, this clever titles I used to put to evade the YouTube TOS. I don't know why they were against YouTube TOS in the first place, but anyways, some of them got mass appeal, and I got like 30K views a day. And then what happened
you punched into the mainstream.
Yeah, and they had to shut this down, and there's a weird way they were trying to do it.
My first channel did not. It happens though. Like my first channel punched into the mainstream with the euthanasia stuff. Like it started having normies flooding into it before it got banned.
I think that's the only reason mine got anywhere. Like, I think that's responsible for having a little bit of viewers, is because when I first started streaming, it was the launch of the most recent WoW expansion, and I was playing it in the background while talking about this shit. So.
Yeah, but dude, there's all these views, and there was this so there's this trend on TikTok, and it's like, woman they stand and they'll pop up like a specific race or archetype of man, and then they'll run towards like which one they prefer. And what happened was there was like 9-year-old girls or like 10-year-old girls, and actually to preface this, the video metrics were skewed female, but they were skewed like young girls. And the reason is why, because young girls were watching this and they didn't understand that the video was geared towards like the sort of men they're seeking. And when women said they're not running for like black men or like or something like that, it would peeve them. And then these young 9-year-old girls, they started like rage posting on like 5 different accounts. And it's like the guy and I who runs the channel, we were laughing. We were like, yo, how do you become blackpilled at this age? And I'm seeing like there's weird stuff happening where like these people, they're getting it's like hyper reality. They're getting like
accidental cross-pollination between communities you'd think would never have any Venn diagram style overlap.
yeah.
You have like
And they,
iPad kids discovering like Tails Black Pill clips inadvertently
Yeah,
because
exactly.
they're using compilations of trending TikTok trends to make their point in that context, and they're being funneled towards it because the algorithm incorrectly identifies it due to the cursive glance at the content that it takes that is ultimately inaccurate.
Yeah, and there's also corroborative evidence that suggests like some of these kids are getting demoralized earlier. Like some guy posted like the day after some Reddit post about like how do you deal with like a 9-year-old autistic child that doesn't want to go to school at all. And I remember I was such buck broken as a child because I thought, this is the only trajectory. You have to accrue like your high school diploma, college, whatever. And they would scare you straight. They would say, "We're gonna arrest your parents. We're gonna like hold you in court or like put you in like juvenile detention forever." And it's like now if it's an autistic kid, it's a caveat. Like can they do? What recourse can the state or anyone do? But anyways, yeah, this YouTube like they started like basic stuff like, oh, it's over for curry cell, it's over for rice cell. They started striking it, and I was like, dude, I told the guy, this guy, because like I can't. This is why I had someone else manage the channel because like, dude, I can't fucking see what's happening all the time. And this guy, luckily, he what we did it to bypass like the fucking bombardment. It was kind of like the Iron Dome of Israel. We put up this bubble shield with privating the videos, and even though like we privated the videos, we had 2 strikes. So the last one would be finished. And then like they started trying to like report like every single. We had like 100 strikes at the end of it, but it couldn't go through. And I think after the end of this, we're just gonna put up like whatever that video, the one that you had, the Tinder review. We're just gonna keep up one video just to spite them because it's gonna make it improbable for them to fucking take down the channel once the strikes are removed. But yeah, it's a black pill because it's like, dude, the whole point of this was to post these shorts and beat out the main guy, Zoomer Trader or whatever. And it's like you can't do it. And I had a Twitter like this. I was
Bro,
adhering to TOS. At some point, dude, when things are taboo or whatever, they'll just shut you down and they won't disclose the reason why.
do
That's
you
why
know
Mr.
who?
Kine is getting his Twitter is like shut down every time, dude, because they don't have to disclose anything. It's just
Yeah,
retarded.
yeah. I mean, do you know who like Zoomer Trader is?
No, but here's the interesting thing. On Twitter, he has his Twitter is like amassed a lot of followers, and it's like Zoomer Historian, and he just talks about like basic like right wing stuff. But it's like on his YouTube, it's like Blackpool Tales. It's like typical Blackpool stuff.
I
But
follow his
yeah.
Instagram account, which posts like a lot of stuff. But do you know what like
Uh,
race he is? Like, what is he like? Curry cell, like Arab?
I don't know, but here's the thing: a lot of these Wignet accounts, especially like the fear porn, not fear porn, the whatever quote unquote demoralization stuff. It's like by demoralization, I mean, oh, they look at all these migrants, they're like beating on some woman or whatever. Like
Yeah, yeah.
Radio Genoa, these guys are ethnics, and sometimes they have like a white wife, and it's like basically why like a lot of these Wignet accounts are ethnics. Why? Because they're getting like a good revenue. They're getting great ad revenue of you like engaging with this fucking like reactionary stuff. So that's the thing with that.
There's a Zoomer historian on YouTube with like 200K subs. Is that Zoomer Traders like alt account or something?
Perhaps I'll find them, subscribe to it. I'm just like disillusioned with like seriously like putting out like actually like content that could veer on something taboo, slightly controversial, but it's like still within the
Yeah.
confines of TOS. Because of this, like before, like on Twitter, right? They would give you infractions. They say, "Hey, delete this. This is what violate TOS." Now they just do it like just without like a notice, like nothing. And it's like
Yeah,
it's
if you could just link all his channels in the Thomas White's Discord server, that'd be great.
Yeah, I'll just DM it to you, but or yeah, on
Yeah.
other account. But yeah, YouTube. Yeah, even now like Instagram. Like for example, I used to have like 2 accounts to lurk with, just to lurk with, check out what the normies are doing, and they just I don't know. It's because of the way I the content I like share because it shows like if you share a certain type of content, they could notice like what you're doing, and sometimes it'd be provocative on Instagram. And I think what they did is they banned one of my lurk accounts linked to my phone, and they just nuked all 3 at once, like it's Battleship. So it's like, yeah, this whole like censorship, it's good to make content, whatever. But I'm saying when you actually get mass appeal Like there has to be like whoever's like controls everything. You know, first event in Somatics, he says guys like Gerby, they have like a talent agency behind them. It's like you gotta be like you have to be selected to like
Yeah.
have actually like a big channel, because if you don't have that behind you, like you're fucked. They'll
Yeah,
shut you
and
down.
look at how Gerby looks. Like, look at how, you know, he's obviously not bad looking. I think, you know, because you have to, even if you have like an
That's why
ugly,
he's being pushed. He's like Asmongold
yeah,
in that he's not ugly. He's actually probably above average, and he
he's
touches.
very above average.
Like Asmongold, he touches on these issues, but he does no criticism of women.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? It's like an
yeah,
even-handed, like we're all struggling.
yeah.
Internet, la bad.
It's a problem for both of us. It
Yeah.
And where would you say
happens
Raymond
to
fits
women
in?
too.
Raymond's like the poster child of Insodoms, so they let him
Yeah.
have his channel,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
They want to keep you focused on one thing at a time, and the channels where they start to intermingle different
Mm.
strains of thought, where like you have a little bit of Wignatism in with the black pill, and even like a little bit of like Marxist theory, where you're like,
Yeah.
you know, criticizing rich people, and you just kind of build it into like a comprehensive thing. You get a lot of glowtards, you get a lot of spooks showing up, and you get a lot of people trying to shame you, like that retard on Thomas's last stream, and get a life, bro. You think Jews made all your problems? You'd be a loser anyway. And it's just this constant kind of like back talk from people.
Like
Yeah.
heckling.
Something that I'm noticing, like, there's that impressionist guy. He kind of scoffs at people. It's a tactic, or whatever. The GR says.
Oh yeah, that
If
bro,
you can,
that's
it's kind of like it's funny in jest. Like
yeah.
if say you have something concrete to refute him, he could just scoff it off. But forget about that guy for a second. I don't know. I didn't watch that Segs guy or something, but I'm seeing. I typed this out in Thomas W's Discord just because it comes with the territory of like this sphere. Thomas W's like average viewer base, they skew older. There was that one dude. Remember that Fags or whatever? He gaslighted
Yeah,
you.
fags,
And
yeah.
it once he came on, you would think like obviously in the current like the live chat, he was met with contempt. Everyone was saying this guy's a blue pillar, he looks like a Jew, etc. But then actually, if you look at the comments after the video was like commenced or whatever,
Yeah.
you have these people that say, "Oh well, maybe we need some of this positivity." And I think it's
Yeah. I
this
think
is the
it's
product.
astroturfy, man. I think it's astroturfy. I'm not trying to say that I have like the best view or that I've like, you know, I have the truth in my pocket, but none of these guys have really refuted anything that I've said. They've just called me a loser and stuff. That's it.
Yeah, it's a lot of
They
these
just called
guys.
me a loser. But then people will agree with them. They'll almost kind of like garner the consensus. It's like, yeah, well, he made some good points. No, he didn't. He didn't make a single good point.
Yeah, a lot of these people, you'll notice a lot of these people. Does anyone know like Ludwig, the YouTuber, the Twitch streamer, like faggot? So fucking annoying. He's like, or how about like, what's his name? Like Penguin, like Charlie Zero, or like.
It's been a while, man. These people were like relevant years ago.
Right? Charlie and Ludwig, they all follow like this center left personality, which you find in like a lot of people. Yeah, Moist Critical. You find in a lot of people. These people are like spineless. And it's the thing that Western was talking about, where that these people don't actually have opinions. They just look for whatever that's not gonna get them beat. Like because they What's the thing you said, Western, about like physical defense or something? They just look for.
It's just a copy paste of a 4chan
Yeah.
post where like the only people that can afford independent thought are people that are capable of independent survival. So not a lot of men, not children for the most part, and no women.
Yeah. This guy, Moist Critical, admitted to being like an anime weirdo who used to come in his pants when women would touch him. And then now he completely switches up on people. And now all he does is make fun of like, bro, he's so creepy, he's so socially awkward. When in reality, he was like some anime fucking like he's 5'4", by the way, incel, and he's talking as if he's like some fucking hotshot in his smug monotone like
Dude,
monotone
these
voice.
people are
Yeah.
all over the place. I'm
Yeah.
gonna go when I'm done here. I'm gonna swap discords to my brothers with his group of friends. One of them is like an unapologetic Hebe who like crashed out on me and argued with me for like 2 hours because I dare spoke the name Nick Fuentes, and the guy went crazy. And
Yeah,
he
but
was he was trying to tell me that he went in depth with like a Pizzagate investigation, and I asked him, okay, well, what was the name of the guy who owned Comet Ping Pong? And he goes, I don't know, man. That was 10 years ago. It's like, in
but
reality,
he
if you
knows
looked
his
into that at
Alphonsus, yeah.
all, it would, yeah, exactly. If you looked into it at all, you'd remember that guy's name because his name is I Love Infants in French. Like, you'd remember it. That's not the kind of thing you'd forget, but they're so desperate to like portray that they've done like the equivalent kind of like looking into it or anything, and he plays that same kind of center left character where like, oh, don't worry guys, I'm a based chud like you.
Yeah.
You know, black people annoy
Yeah.
me sometimes, and I curse, and women can be kind of dumb. But then if you try to like, if you try to bring anything to it beyond the like low IQ like racism
They
stuff,
lash out,
they
make fun of
freak
you.
out. Yeah.
But they don't
Yeah.
have anything. They just say they just use like shaming tactic. That's it. And if you call
Very
them
like
out on
female
that,
shaming tactics.
you just have to hold these people to it, and it works. Like, stay the course and just say that's not a point. You're just name calling. Okay, let's get back to this point. And
Yeah.
eventually they can't, and so they just leave. Like, the blowies will just leave because they can't actually formulate an argument within like the confines of the topic. It
Yeah,
has
within
to
the
go
parameters of
outside of it.
discussion. Yeah, exactly.
The tactic when they fail the 1v1 is just like the onslaught of retards.
Yeah.
Like they'll send in another guy and then another,
Yeah.
and they'll try to just exhaust you.
It's like the car with all the clowns getting out of it, like the little car, and then like 40 clowns get out
It's
of
the
it.
rock and it's the rock paper scissors, you know, like the schizo beats the psycho, but the psycho beats the normie, and the normie beats the schizo.
Yeah.
And they just send like 40 glowies
Send in the nice
pretending to
cop
be
now.
pretending to be the normie to just like beat the schizo over the fucking head with like their brain dead takes.
Yeah, send in the guy that's critical of boomers now. Oh no, that's not working. Send in the racist guy. As long as it's never all of these together, it's good. Like, you can be a racist. Just don't get on women if you're gonna be a racist.
Yeah.
If you're getting
Anyways, to paint that archetype of these guys, I'm seeing like we're getting into like little contentions, skirmishes. Western and I on Twitter. It's basically like typically it's like this 30-year-old guy that maybe has survivorship bias if he got something in the past. And basically they just use just world like fallacy. They say, oh well, like after I'm inclined to believe what you said. It might maybe AstroTurf because Thomas W's Discord got filled with two guys, and they're saying take the SIGS pill, and I said that's
Oh
just
yeah,
like
those
it's a stick with no carrot, and then they stop replying. And the guy said, hey, you probably have like all these the Pokemon cards in your basement. He's trying to use this like old outdated like trope of like collecting like
Yeah.
physical paraphernalia and shit like that. And it's like, yeah, it seems to be AstroTurf because like why the fuck are they just three of them are popping into the Discord? They're saying take the SIGS pill. Because before I was just inclined to believe, like when I was on YouTube comments with that bag stuff, it was just millennials that the thing is they're pushing this toxic positivity, and the rationale for why I believe it's such because they probably had something and it didn't pan out after a while, like it withered out, and basically if you have all these, if you have the collective like consciousness of everyone talking about like black pill stuff, like fatalism, whatever, it basically it's contradictory to like whatever how their beliefs, like they're blue pilled or whatever, so it makes them feel unease, so they have to like push this toxic positively bullshit to like counter it. It's just fucking insane, dude. And yeah, we come across a lot of these guys on Twitter. There's Orthodox bros now like popping up, like these priests or whatever that are like Zio Collins or like whatever. They were like they're anti like incel. It's really strange. Yeah, but they always fit that demographic. They're
Always
30 years old.
remember. always just remember they don't have an argument. So the second they start going outside of it, you can just, oh, you're a fucking loser, dude. Get a life. Get a life.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, back to the point, though. Just bring them back to the point, the topic, the substance. They can't do it because there's not an argument.
I think that's a good point to end on. You know, I think that's what should crystallize in everybody's mind. I'd love to keep going for another 4 hours, but
Yeah,
I think that this was
that's enough for
I
me.
think this was a good contribution, and if people would be interested, you know, I'd be more than willing to do this. I don't know if maybe once a week, maybe once every 2 weeks when I've got a buffer of tabs to churn out. And
Yeah, right on, man. Let's make it a thing.
because I think Thomas said he got another strike. He's expecting to get
Yeah,
his
he did.
third. I don't think that.
I think I published in that Discord. I said, "Hey, the way to like get over this, like people complaining. Here's the thing. I think this will shared this point before. Going to Rumble or fucking Odyssey, that's suicide. It doesn't matter how big you are. No one's gonna watch this shit. I've seen guys like Penis Man. I've seen guys like Western Decline. No one fucking watches it. So like, well, all you have to do, like, it's
And
not
it's
like
a
you're getting
concession, too. It's a concession.
Yeah, it's not like you're getting bombarded with strikes like how I did, like 10, fucking 15. All you, do is
you
like
need to use accounts like shell companies. When one
Mm.
one goes under, you just pop up under a new LLC, ready to scam the boomers all over again.
Or you keep like 3. This would be too much, dude. Keep 3 like Thomas W YouTube accounts and then stream on each one. So then like if they start incurring strikes, you kind of like you have a clean spread of where you're getting
You
attacked.
have 9
It's not like, oh,
lives
shit.
like a cat now instead of 3.
Yeah, but it's not that hard. These people are making a big fuss about it. It's like, dude, all he has to do just private your videos and then wait off the strikes, and then you can do it again. It's like the likelihood of a Thomas W like thing getting like struck down like 3 at once, all like a fucking like it's a bowling pin. All these bowling pins just fall. Like it's unlikely because we've seen in the past like. You know, the amount of expletives that have been used on Thomas W, the amount of racial innuendo is actually like a fucking like it's insane how it has been up for so long. So that's the thing. He just to wait off the strikes. I think he did that now. He did what I like wrote or something. He's like gone private. He privated some of the past videos, so I think it's fine.
And what I'll do here is I'll like first is in this Discord too. I'll make a chat channel where if there's anything people would like to cover, we can just dump it in there so it's all in the same place, and then it's available to be pulled up. I'm not gonna turn this into like a public Discord because I don't want like everything that comes with that. So
Can't ever
Alright,
have
boys, I'm
anything
out.
good without people ruining it. Okay, thanks Western, thanks Collective,
later,
thanks
guys.
Low and
thanks for
Hid.
coming, guys. It was fun.
Yep, later, bro.
And for those of you who are still on the stream, I will provide you with a little treat. I'm going to swap Discords and talk to the Hash Brown Hassler himself for a couple minutes. We'll see how he acts in his natural environment.
I did not
do it, please.
I just did.
This is the Roach?
Oh, so.
There's a Roach. There he is. Yep.
Picard, are you in org right now, sir?
Okay.
Do we have a repair bot? Can we tap one in? Thanks.
Absolutely not. Don't have one.
I need at least like, I don't know, 80,000 minutes to get mana. I'm new. Hello? Holy fuck, what is this triple pull? I have no mana. My guy's literally one shot.
It's fine.
I don't.
Nothing's gonna hit you.
Buddy,
Literally
I
putting
held off
crystal
for the
thumbs
first
in the
8
casters,
seconds.
they're helpless.
Buddy, we literally mulched this dungeon last time. What's the difference?
I don't want to tell him
No, it's
that
a bad
I'm streaming.
start. Somebody
Actually,
reach
true.
us.
It's just indoors not healing.
I don't want to
What
tell
the
him I'm
fuck?
streaming because these guys
Please
will
no.
say things that get it taken down.
And just
No, it's because I had my hunter in the last one.
True. Absolutely blasted. I forgot.
It's like we had a third DPS every 10
That is-
pulls.
To be fair, that's probably true. Your hunter is like 55, and it's a fucking hunter.
Yeah, he
Didn't hit
blasts.
anything.
So
He didn't hit
What the
anything at
hell?
all the entire time.
no, I definitely aim shotted one of the mobs.
when we had me onk up after aggroing entire Shadow Hunter.
Yeah, and guess what? That's the reason you
Oh,
didn't
we
die.
have the Knicker boss.
I need that for melee weaving for my hunter. Can we please get him in?
Oh, you got the Riven Spike guy?
No.
No, the Knicker.
Hash brown status hassled.
Hash Brown Hassler. Oh, what is that? Tell me that wasn't just Rend. Fuck. Oh, no, it wasn't.
Holy parry dodge. Oof.
No shot, dude. I'm booming the fuck out.
Yup.
I'm just getting carried here.
How do you spell superior? Holy shit, my fucking brain.
Stop
Their PV.
Superior.
There it is.
The BlackRock Slicer,
There it
boys. Formerly called the Knicker. What did
I
that
really
used
think
to be
you're going to
called?
take that over my warrior.
The
The
Knicker.
Knicker.
Oh,
Yep.
that's an excellent way to end the stream with a Knicker drop.